62. Getting up there. Today is ASMR day. I'm at least gonna do like the first half. Talking about comics. I only have 2 weeks worth of comics right next to me. I know it's been a little bit longer than 2 weeks since the last one, but yeah, okay. We're gonna talk about these. And then I'm gonna go into some D&D stuff. I can't wait. I've got some ideas. I've got some towns to make, and maybe we can work on my map a little bit. Who knows? Alright. Let's get to it. Comic book time. Oh shit. No, it's drink time. I'm thirsty. I hope everyone had a good week. Or is having a good week. We're almost there. Tomorrow, go to the movies. I can't wait. This is a movie I've been waiting for like months and months for. Should be fun. Alright, let's see. Faceberry today. Just got this one. I don't have the fucking 3D audio on. It's just from this direction, not all the way around the microphone. Can't tell if there's a moth or a fly in my room. Need the scooper. Wish I could get a close-up on this. Looks like kinetic sand a little bit. Every time I see it, it makes me want to do one of those videos where people get the camera like real close up there. Just like cut the sand with a knife and some shit. I've never mixed 2 flavors of G Fuel. Wonder how that would taste. Wonder if that would even be good. The flavors are pretty good on their own. Someone's gonna have to let me know if my heater is too loud. I'm gonna turn it off at some point, but not sure exactly when. My new shaker, it's so good. It's so good. We've actually got quite a few comics to talk about this week. The month of May is, at least this month of May, I don't know if it's every May, there's 5 weeks, or 5 Wednesdays. So, comic books come out every Wednesday. So in order to keep people's interest throughout the whole week, or throughout the whole month, and to keep their wallets constrained, or I don't know the correct word, to keep people from going over their budget for comic books for the month, they spread out the amount of comics that they sell over the course of the 5 Wednesdays. So each Wednesday is some people have done ASMR videos where they put a bag over the microphone and then like do sounds and things outside, or like tap on it. It's pretty interesting to me. I never thought of that. Okay, well, this is a new book this week, but it's not a new book. This is the What If Spider Girl. This is a true believer. So this is just a dollar reprint. But inside, it's the Spider Girl issue. The Spider Girl What If is like $80. It's pretty good. I've always been a fan of What Ifs. That's the movie that I'm seeing tomorrow is Brightburn, the new like horror movie supervillain. It's basically like, what if Superman landed in America and was not a good guy, and it was just like this evil kid. So about a month ago, hey Orange, what's up? Long time no see, dude. How you been? So last month we talked about a book called Faithless. Faithless is this book where we meet two women, and one is kind of like an everyday lady, and the other one is like a chick who's like into magic and shit and demons. We don't get very much of a description or a tell of what the demon part of these things are gonna do or happen. We learned very little in the first issue. I haven't read issue 2, but this is also the comic that had. You've been busy. What you been up to, Orange? How you been, man? It's also one of the books that has an erotic cover. So normally I am not for this type of thing. It's just not my thing, getting a comic book with like a weirdo cover, But the covers that they're doing are by the artists that I collect. So if I want to have everything done by this artist, I have to have it. So it's like, the fuck? So they did a second printing of the first one. And I picked up these. These are second prints. It's this book called These Savage Shores. This is issue 1, second print. Might not be the second print, might be like a totally different printing. It's a 4th printing. Just making some noodles. Nice, Lizard. Welcome. So this the first one. It's got like it's from this company, this publisher called Vault Comics. And some of the books they're putting out, we've got a couple more coming next week from them. Some of the books they're putting out are like really cool. Like that book coming out next week is called She Who Destroys, I think it's called, or She Said Destroy, I think it's She Said Destroy. The cover B for that is a cover swipe of a saga cover, so it's really fucking cool. But the interior art of these Savage Shores is very like, I don't know, it's just very nice, It seems very much like fantasy, almost. This is issue 2. I believe there's 4 total. And for whatever reason, they only had 4th. Are these all 4th? No, it's only 4th printing of the first one. This is number 3. The first one had a picture, or a depiction of a demon on the front. So. And then this is, I think the last second printing of this week. Avengers No Road number 10. Second printing. I like this more than the original cover because it's got like all of the Avengers fighting against Nyx, the main bad guy. It's pretty cool. They've still got ads for Captain Marvel on the back of their books. The Avengers came out already, like. Come on, man. We actually got this next book, Detective Comics number 1004, cover B. We got 2 copies of this. It's weird. I only ordered 1 for me. I should have gotten. It's in the stack behind me. I've got like 4 bags of comic books just sitting back there. It's a connecting cover with the last Detective Comics, well, like 1003. But this one's got Batwoman on it, so it's superior. This is a cover B for, it's a Middleton cover. Middleton for Batgirl 35. All of his comics have been like first week. Like all of his B covers, he's been doing Batwoman for a couple months, or Batgirl for a couple months now. All of his cover Bs have like gone on eBay for like $15. They've shot up. So I'm just gonna keep getting them. Cause greed. Not sure what's going on in this book anymore. Books of Magic, number 8. I think Dream appeared in the last one for like a panel. I don't know how this is gonna tie in to the Sandman universe or the dreaming stuff, but yeah, it's fun. But I'm a couple issues behind. Detective 1004, proper cover. Arkham Breakout. This whole Arkham Knight story arc has been pretty cool. In the back of most, if not all, of the DC books, they've got these Event Leviathan stuff going on. That one's for Batman. This one's for Green Arrow. And they all say things like, your war on crime accomplishes nothing. I've tried it your way. The revolving door of criminals always comes back. There is a better method. My way. And this is someone talking to Batman. This Leviathan, whoever this character is. We're not sure if this new event is going to be a new event by DC. We're not sure if it's going to be one villain or good guy, or if it's going to be like a group. So we'll see. But it's like the Question, Batgirl, Plastic Man, Lois Lane, Batman, Manhunter. Like, not sure exactly what's going on. Top streamers. If you're not too relaxed, you can click that link to help vote for the channel and help support the channel for free. All you have to do is literally helps the channel gain exposure. You're too relaxed. No excuses. Justice League Dark, number 11. Mordu. Mordu's kinda okay. Not too thrilled. Let's see if we can get a couple good panels. Got some power stones. Now you don't get a good shot of him. I got this solely for the cover because I've never read this. But it looks pretty fucking cool. This is Riverdale, Season 3, Number 3. Got a little eagle thing down at the bottom here. And what looks like Sabrina. Now I have a question. If you want a question of the day. Today's question of the day is, what's your superhero idea? So I can steal it, copyright it, and make a comic and laugh at you while I make millions of dollars. But I like these like wooden wings and this like demon mask. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but it's fucking cool. Interior's got like boxing going on. No thanks. Good guy Thanos. I mean, just some. Thanos is a good guy. But what is good guy Thanos entail? Neon Future number 3. I gotta tweet this out, so fucking Steve Aoki retweets it. It's actually a pretty cool fucking series. It's like thick too. I think it's more than 32 pages. Got like dope, like lightsaber type of deals. It's like a couple hundred years in the future, or maybe not that long. I can't remember. It's been a while since I read the first one. But it's like these people, the lower class, are like, you know, plugged in to this like state of technology, and the people that rebel are being hunted, and one of the main characters is one of those. Catwoman, but instead of being hot and wearing latex, she just turns into a cat and sleeps all day. That's pretty good. Alright, this is a beautiful cover. Wonder Woman 71. Cover B. It's a little washed out, but there's like a little bit of like gradients here. It's not so pale and disturbing. I mean, it kinda is. But it's fucking great. Got Incursion number 4. The Eternal Warrior. From Valiant. It's a pretty good series so far. Very action-packed. Fantasy type stuff. Basically the only thing I really like. Got magic and aliens and shit. It's all good. This is the cover B. I believe this is the new Earth. I forget what they call it. Earth Warden. Earth Warder. Not sure the name. I don't think get a name in here. I don't know. Get a preview for a different book. Okay, so this is was very artistic, very on the lewd side, But the cover B for this one, I like. I'm gonna skip to. Okay, so this is just like the thing that comes in the plastic, hiding the cover of the book. I took it out, and I took the cover off the book, and just I jumped back 10 feet. I was very shocked. So I will post a picture. I will send anyone a picture of it in a Discord DM. I will not post it in the Discord because we don't have a not safe for work Discord. Because I don't want random people just opening Discord hey, I'm gonna go talk to Vex today. I'm gonna go see what Sal's up to, and then they see that and they're like, oh shit. Bone Parish, number 9. Get back on track. This is only going to be a 12-issue miniseries. Well, limited series. I thought it would go longer. It's real cool. It's a real fun read. It's like this drug that is made from the bones of dead people. And when you ingest it, you get to relive parts of memories of that dead person. So people pay a high dollar for celebrities or singers or something like that, rich people. But it's a weird dilemma because it's a drug, it's an underground type of deal, and people are digging up dead people's bodies to grind up their bones. It's pretty fucked up. Do moms yell at you? I've never had anyone come up to me and be like, oh, this comic is too disturbing or too grotesque or too erotic for the shelf. Please take it down. We have a couple of more expensive books that are definitely pushing the line, but nothing explicit because I just don't want that kind of stuff shown at my store. So with the devilish creature in the bed, yep. Yeah. There's also I have it here. It's the second printing of number 1 erotic cover. I hope everyone's having a nice and relaxing Wednesday. Second one, number 1 second print is less tasteful. Hope everyone's having a good Wednesday. I enjoy talking about comics. I enjoy being quiet, and I'm certain my neighbors do as well. And I love talking about comic books, so I wish there was more ASMR stuff that I could do on stream, because I don't know, the videos that I made previously, which I gotta clamp down and sit down and actually make the other videos that I have planned, the ASMR specific videos that I've made, it's fun to do them, and it's fun to upload them and let people watch them and see people's reactions. But after a while, sitting, hey Spired, how are you? How's your Wednesday going? Or Thursday? Yeah, it's Thursday in Australia. It's Thursday for Europe too, I guess, technically. Those videos, after sitting, because I have to sit in a certain position to reach the microphone, because I have it positioned in such a way where I can make sounds happen doesn't seem exhausting because, you know, you think, oh hey dude, you're just sitting in front of a microphone, whispering, making weird sounds. But it's actually, it takes a toll on you. You know, no one ever talks about that. Even after doing it for over a year, still not gotten used to it. Wednesday for you. Well, happy Wednesday. Hope you're having a good one. Alright, let's talk about comics. Let's keep going. So yeah, we saw the this one's Vanessa Del Rey. This cover B, or polybagged cover for issue 2. Some of her other works I enjoy. I'm not at the point where I want to get all of her art because not all of it is for me, but you know. There's a couple books this week that I got solely for the covers, and this is one of them. This is Shuri number 8. Yeah, number 8. This is pretty cool, right? The purple is much more vivid in real life. It's super cool. I don't read Shuri. I like the character, but I never really liked the book. I read the first 2 and it just didn't resonate with me. But the cover's sweet and the interior art is great. But you know, well, I guess Shuri is back to being the Black Panther. Spoiler alert. She got the Black Panther suit, I think, in 2014, 2015, something like that. Maybe a little bit before then. This next book, Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur, number 43. Hey Shaft. What's up, man? Hope you're having a great Wednesday. This is great because it's a fucking dinosaur. It's Devil Dinosaur. Just a big ass red T-Rex. That's pretty good. I'm gonna save this cover for last. Venom, number 14. This is part of the War of the Realms stuff. The crossover event that's going on right now in Marvel. War of the Realms is okay. It's definitely my kind of fantasy, like, you know, orcs and Nordic things, elves. But this is just too much of it. It's very exhausting to read it all and try and own it all. Like, no thanks. I've got this Venom here, like this weird symbiote creature. I don't know, maybe one of the Asgardian. Got the symbiote somehow from Eddie. I don't know, I'd have to read it. The problem with War of the Realms, which isn't really a problem, right, is if I'm reading Venom and I read that and then I read the next Venom, Venom number 13 and number 15 don't really sync up because there's a gap. Or I guess they sync up and number 14 doesn't make any sense because it's to do with the War of the Realms stuff, not the actual main title. It's just a little hard to follow. But speaking of War of the Realms, this is New Agents of Atlas number 2. New Agents of Atlas introduced 4 new characters, new heroes. I believe there was a Vietnamese, a Japanese, no, a Chinese, a Korean, and a Filipino. it's just like a totem that protects her. And it's like this big ass blue bear that she fights with. It's really fucking cool. See if I can find a image of it. No. It's pretty cool now. And there's 2 books coming out in July that are some of those characters, but with their own book. So it's cool. It's cool that they received enough of a positive, if they have positive feedback to warrant at least trying a book with them. Because it's really tough to make new superheroes in today's climate. Because people who read Marvel, they like Captain America, the Avengers, the X-Men, and Spider-Man. If you're not one of those, good luck. And the DC people aren't gonna read, a Marvel book. I've never understood the whole, oh, I only read DC, or oh, I only read Marvel. 'Cause, like, they swap writers all the time. So people might be like, oh, I really like Brian Bendis's or Michael Bendis's run on Miles Morales Spider-Man, but I'll never read a DC book. And it's like, okay, well, it's the same writer and he writes the same way, so if he's writing Action Comics and Superman, give it a try. You might like it. Free. It's okay, man. How was your exam? Your notice didn't go off. Are you sure that you have the notification thing clicked next to the follow button? Which, by the way, we're very close to 1,000. Hoping it went well. Oh, was today math? I forget, I'm sorry. Okay, next book. This is Avengers number 19. Blade variant, dude. 1 away from 100 YouTube subs. Yeah, I know, dude. I've been waiting to get that for like fucking ever. Only because I don't care about my number of subscribers. I'm gonna produce content because that's just in me, I want to produce content and I want to put on YouTube, The 100 subscribers thing is so I can change that damn link, because at 100 you can request a custom URL, so I'll be able to get youtube.com like /user/avexer/avex, so one of the 2. That's it. That's all I want. I want to be on brand, so I don't have to have that stupid Google shortening link. But yeah, Blade. There's a Blade book. It's not really a Blade book. He's part of the War of the Realms stuff. But there's a one-shot coming out that's Blade versus Wolverine. That's kind of cool. It's Spanish today, Mass tomorrow. I see. We've got Ask Guardians of the Galaxy number 9. This sweet hell yeah. Variant cover. It's real good. Wonder what would happen if I turned my green screen filter on. Just like can't see the book. It's all green. Marvel Comics presents number 5. Nightcrawler, Wolverine, and Venom in one book. It's pretty interesting. It's a sweet Venom cover too. It's like the gross, like excrement. Oh, I don't know if anyone realized that, but in one of the earlier Venom books from this run of Venom, the symbiote explains, or Eddie explains that the green slime that comes out of its mouth is really just excrement. And it's like, I guess I knew that, but never thought about it. Reading number 20. I never thought this book would go on for so long. It's been a wild ride. I think I still have my retailer exclusive for number 1. It's probably only like $30, but because, you know, when this first came out, people were like, oh man, it's gonna get a TV show, it's gonna get a TV show. 20 months later, no information, no TV show. Got Cyberforce number 10. It's a cool sci-fi book. Very futuristic robot / people running around. Messing shit up. Ghost Tree number 2. I can't believe it's already number 2. We talked about Ghost Tree number 1 last time. Did you read cover? Yeah, cover's great. Nice frame. Nice. Hype. I read cover. I wasn't a fan of Scarlet, but I read Scarlet, and Pearl is amazing. I like Pearl because it's not a superhero, and Bendis doesn't go on gigantic monologues in it. He tends to say a lot of words and not get a whole lot of substance out. Kind of like me. I talk a lot. I write a lot, you know, in my D&D campaign stuff. But it never really means anything. Pearl is great. Pearl's been fantastic. It was supposed to only be like 6 issues or something like that. They decided to make it ongoing because it sold so well. And this, my favorite cover of this week. I can't believe it arrived, and it arrived in this good of condition. Of course I don't have fucking bag and boards because I ran out, but this is Venom number 14. The Carnage variant. D&D Rick and Morty thing. Yeah. So they're actually doing a second one. The first Rick and Morty D&D one has been over for a couple months now, but it was fantastic. It was it was pretty cheesy, and it was basically a lot of callbacks to like original D&D, and Rick, in one scene, Rick is playing D&D with like his old D&D pals, and the dungeon master is George R.R. Martin, the writer of Game of Thrones. It's pretty good. Good thing I noticed the website. I ordered my stuff, just stopped pre-ordering my Pearl comics. That's dumb. Did they not realize that it was ongoing? I'm turning off my heater. It's a little warm now. So yeah, this Carnage variant. So this, for the next couple months, at least 2 months, a bunch of the books are getting Carnage variants. Last year it was Venom that got that treatment. This year, Carnage. Because there's of stuff going on with Carnage this summer, and symbiotes in general. There's like I haven't seen it. The previews come out next week, but there's an Absolute Carnage book. There's a couple one-shots about the different symbiotes like Scream and the separation anxiety. I'm hoping they do one for Toxin. He's kind of my favorite symbiote. Alright, let's do guess last week's books. So that was it for this week's books. We still have some more. The fuck? Except for the multiverse being introduced in the MCU. I've been waiting for that forever. Because now we get Spider-Gwen. And we can have, bags. Spider-Gwen, Infinite Thanos. Maybe even have an Adam Warlock. Spider-Gwen. It's, the world where, or the Earth where Peter Parker dies. And Gwen Stacy lives. And then gets spider powers. Another bag. This one's not so big. Spider Queen. Why is that not a character? I feel like that should be a character. Spider Queen. I don't remember what was on this week's. Looks like second printing of, is it second printing? Yeah, second printing of Venom number 12. It's got Eddie's kid. I believe that is. Because it's too cliche. It's too cliche for Marvel. Ant-Man, who can shrink to the size of an ant and lift things 100 times his size. I'm pretty sure it's a Marvel character. Cult of Carnage second printing as well. This is gonna lead into Absolute Carnage. This beautiful panel of Carnage. Just got his tongue sticking out, like what the fuck? They have someone named Squirrel Girl. Yeah. Oh, it's so cute. This is Sabrina number 2. Cover B. Look at Salem. I'm gonna cry. He's so cute. Carnage is probably the best symbiote. Venom's pretty great. Agent Venom or Anti-Venom. Really cool. The Spectacular Spider-Man Volume 2 issue 15. Spider-Queen. So cool. Yeah, exactly. He's always changing. He's got weapons and things. So then there's Carnage, who's like top dog, like the strongest. 2 is just my personal favorite because I like the story that it came from. Scream, which has yet to really be explored, but will be this summer. Riot, which, he's the leader. And then there's a couple others, I forget their names. And those are like sea characters, symbiotes. Carnage is so cool. This is Gideon Falls, cover B of number 13. Ooh, creepy crawlies. It's Batman 71, cover B. Big mood, yeah. This is Spidey, number 21. Black Cat's getting her own book. I think it comes out next month. PSR, welcome. Christina, with an A, is another streamer. At least a streamer that I know. Why? Then there's this. This is the cover A for Batman, number 71. Home Invasion. It's got Bruce, Bane, and then Thomas Wayne. Advertise their stream in my Discord. Oh, I see. That is kind of annoying. I know how you feel. Christina is a streamer who streams Fortnite. And, I've known her for over a year, so. Thanks, Bizarre. He's gonna break into his own house. No. Thomas Wayne. This is Thomas Wayne. That's Bruce Wayne's dad. In an alternate universe where Bruce dies, the dad becomes Batman. And, well, thanks, Christina, for the host if she's around. And the mom becomes Joker in that world. And we even see, like, in this issue, Batman's like going crazy. He's like trying to figure out why Bane and Thomas Wayne are in his fucking house. But he's also trying to assemble some help because he needs help fighting. But then he like punches Robin in the face. So we'll see where that goes next week. Justice League 24. It's a creepy Batman cover. It still sounds like, I mean, because you're technically correct. Lucifer, number 8. This book is going nowhere, dude. I don't know. I keep wanting exciting things to happen. I keep wanting him to go back to hell and maybe go find Dream and help them with that, but this is Naomi at number 5. The new Batman Who Laughs come out. I mean, you love that storyline. The Batman Who Laughs has a series currently going on. It's on issue 5, I think, of 6. So it's almost done. And it's him versus Bruce Wayne the whole time, basically. My daddy weep stuff. I mean, I kinda am, you know. I watch anime every now and then. I played all the fucking Naruto games. is this new character, and she finally has powers. She went from being a nobody to having superpowers. So, I stream often at night. I stream every day of the week except Sunday at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We always go from 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. This is our only ASMR day of the week, though. Most of the other days we're playing video games with other viewers than you. You don't do ASMR every day? Nah. I would like to. In an ideal world, I would have more ASMR days. But I've been doing ASMR stuff just almost every Wednesday for over a year. Hey, Jose Limon, Limon. Is it Jose or Josie? I've been doing ASMR for over a year, and it's still like after about an hour and a half or 2 hours, it still kind of gets to me, and I have to talk in like a proper voice to like stretch the vocal cords, Dude, One Punch Man looks great. I've been wanting to watch that one. I hope everyone's having a good Wednesday. I enjoy comic books. They're on season 2. Yeah. I want to watch the first season. It reminds me a lot of Yu Yu Hakusho for some reason. I really love that one. It's your Twitch. Yeah, we're actually talking about comic books, not anime. Come on. Speaking of Pearl, Pearl number 9. It's a nuts cover. Oh shit. Definitely don't handle comic books that way. They're gonna be worth something someday. This is cover 8. It's pretty fucking cool. I have a good website that is free if you need. I appreciate it, but I have subscriptions to various places that are more legitimate. I don't know if they exist there, but look at this fucking art. It's so good. It's very stylistic, but very good. I think the most recent anime that I've watched was probably Psycho Pass, because I don't count Agretzko, because it's an anime, but Agretzko's great. But I watched Psycho Pass and that was great too. But yeah, I don't do ASMR every day of the week. I was supposed to. This stopped like a couple months ago, but I was doing one ASMR YouTube only video every Sunday as my content for that day. But that quickly stopped. Psychopath saved anime when it was in a rut around 2012. Well, like, it brought it to more people because did it come out on Netflix first, or was it did it come out in Japan before that? Because I found it on Netflix and I was like, oh shit, Netflix has anime, like, let me watch this. This series, Last Stop on the Red Line, this new #1 from Dark Horse, it's like real fucking cool. It's like this dude who, yeah. So this lady who's like a detective finds this guy on like a train, and there's like casual like vampires, Then there's like this old lady who turns into this like Lovecraftian monster. I'll list 5 because there's a lot that contend for that top spot. We've got World of Warcraft. This is the first one that comes to mind. Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. Second one that comes to mind. Pokemon Diamond version. Honestly, it's a very good Pokemon game. The Binding of Isaac is also a very, very good game. And, what else? I guess that's it. Those are like the top ones that. Oh, Silent Hill. Silent Hill 2. Gotta go to the kitchen for a sec. Okay. Dude, so I have like 2.5k hours or 3k hours across all of the different games. Dead by Daylight. Across. How about you, Jose? What's your favorite game? Or games? Binding of Isaac 1, Wrath of Lamb, 2, A Rebirth, Afterbirth, and all of the various systems that I played it on. I think would combine to almost 3k hours. I used to go hard for Isaac. We used to only stream it. My first like 50 streams were only Isaac, and then we switched to Terraria. Alright, we got American Gods, The Moment of the Storm, number 2. It's a sweet cover. This reminds me a lot of Sandman. It's a very Sandman cover, but it's Mag, the watercolor guy. If you've never played Terraria, 100% worth it. It is. I think I have, let's see. Let's open Steam right now. 100% of the hours that I've played that game, I played on stream. $655 hours. I have played 655 hours of a game that costs $10. There's regular play. There's multiplayer play. We used to only do multiplayer like with subs and then with followers and just like create worlds and play together, you know. And then there's modded stuff that just like adds to the game. Spooky. This is Gideon Falls number 13. Cover A. I invested over 300 hours in Smash Ultimate. Just don't play buff against Sal. And then we got Oblivion Song number 15. I stopped reading this at like issue 7. I've gotten to the point where I might drop it and then buy the trades because I want to let it accumulate. Being selling above it. I want to let this book accumulate and read it all at once. It's very much like The Walking Dead for me, and you know, it's written by Robert Kirkman, so it's the same guy. But I like how it flows more than one issue at a time. I don't like cliffhangers. You rage quit when we were playing once. That does not surprise me. Sorry, Sal. Okay, you're back. Alright. Do I have Punisher comic books? I have some. I don't have any of the good ones. I have some of the more recent ones. Nothing in this stack, but one of the one books that I want is Amazing Spider-Man number 129. That is the first appearance of the Punisher. There's also like Amazing Spider-Man 141 or something like that. It's like the first appearance of the is supposed to be a party game. Like a party fighting game. That's why there's so many items. War of the Realms. Giant Man. I got this because the cover is a traditional art piece, and I love when comic books do traditional art, either pencil, paper, and actual coloring, or oil painting, or watercolors. And this, I believe this is an oil painting. So I definitely want to support that direction, because I love traditional art, Someday I'll paint again. Someday. I've got a couple in mind. I'm just gonna get some colors of paints, And it's a weird book. All of these characters here are like the I can turn real big characters. It's kind of weird. Down. I'll paint when it strikes me. The competitive side is older people because they're good at actual games, but it's targeted, yeah. Dude, I haven't turned my Switch on since I went to Reno like 2 months ago. We've got Guardians of the Galaxy number 5. This is the cover A. It's pretty good. Apparently Beta Ray Bill might come to a movie. Cause you're scared. Yo, dude. Before they changed Inkling, I dominated. And then when they changed it, I just switched to Piranha Plant. Cause I like memeing. War of the Realms, Strike Force, the War Avengers. This team has a lot of really cool people on it. Okay, so we got Deadpool, we got Captain Marvel, and we got Valkyrie, we got Black Widow, we got Miracle Man. I don't fucking know who that is. I've got Winter Soldier and Venom and Weapon H all in the same team. That's so good. Endgame ad. Film and soundtrack out now. Got Bloodborne. This is number 12. Jesus. Number 12. Did I see Wolverine? Yeah. Weapon H. So good. Weapon H is like the coolest of them. Bloodborne's such a good book. Like, I love comic books that have no words, because it forces the narrative to be driven by the art and the colors and the tones of, or maybe even like the structure of how the page is laid out. It forces the book into this weird, like, it's gotta be this way, otherwise it doesn't translate well because there's no words. And like 90% of the Bloodborne issues are all no words. Like, you have very little time to tell a story, and it does it without saying a word. Except for the game. Yeah, it's not based on the game. It's in the game universe. They did one for Dark Souls, but the Dark Souls one ended, and people liked the Bloodborne one so much they kept it going. This was only supposed to be 4 issues, and it's at number 12. I've got to head out because of the finals tomorrow, but I have a great rest of the stream. Thanks, Fran. Have a good night, man. Tomorrow's your last final, right? You better do well, so we can come back and celebrate. It's a, I think this is, who's the artist here? Does it not say? No, it doesn't say. That's lame. The Life and Death of Toyo Harada. Got, I think, 2 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks until the next issue of this. Number 4 has one of the best covers I've ever seen in comic books. It's a like cover C or cover B or whatever. And that book's pretty great too. It's a character that I guess is a returning character from Valiant, but I'm new to Valiant, so I'm not too sure about the history. Okay, so that was cover B. This is cover A. It's pretty sweet. I guess in this issue he meets Einstein. What the hell? Is Chicho a big Valiant fan? Yeah, he's the one who turned me on to Valiant. A bunch of his videos were focused on Valiant, and I like was talking to him, and he was like really pushing the independent stuff because he used to work as an independent publisher, and he was pushing Ninjak and Rai to me, so I tried it out, and sure enough, it's just as good as DC or Marvel. The art's like the same. So the companies are still producing comic books nowadays. Oh yeah. Every Wednesday. Every Wednesday new comic books come out. And every other Wednesday we talk about comic books here. Wednesday is our middle of the week. Gather ourselves, relax, forget about the last half of the week. Look forward to the next half of the week. Kind of day. We talk about cool shit that comes out, and sometimes paint, and sometimes work on some D&D stuff, because I'm working on a Dungeons and Dragons campaign. So we do that sometimes too. And most of the time we just sit here and talk and bullshit. You want a comic book store? No, I'm the manager of a comic book store. Bedtime. KCA, what's up? Long time to see, man. Alright, we've got Livewire. Number 6. This is another Valiant book. This is a new character that I got to be on the ground level for. It's a really cool character. She can manipulate electricity and how it affects objects, and she kind of can hack into some stuff and make things float with electricity somehow. She can fly, I think, too. She's just really fucking cool. But she's been hunted. Oh man, this is my favorite character from Valiant so far. In Empire. Is it good? Oh, Livewire. Oh yeah, it's fantastic. It's so good. She's being hunted by the government because we don't know exactly what yet, but she did something with her powers. Something went out of control, and she made some electrical storm happen and fucked with a lot of shit with the government. A lot of their technology got wiped out or something. So she's been on the run. And then she uses her powers and then gets spotted. And the government's back in the game, trying to get her. But we're definitely on her side. And then the character that I showed in the back. This is Punk Mambo. like an eye tattoo or eye makeup that makes her look like a little bit like Death from the DC universe. So that's pretty cool too. We've got the cover A for Sabrina the Teenage Witch. Much less cute and adorable than the Salem cover. I've not even checked the interior art. It's pretty good. It's like to be expected. I think I did grab Punk Mambo. Not sure what I have anymore. Same. My closet. There are 3 rows of short boxes stacked like 5 high. It's nuts. I've got to downsize. I've got to go through and realize, like what I want to keep, what's bulk, what's good stuff, and sell all the junk because I don't need it. Just taking up space. I'd rather have the empty boxes. Got Cena, number 2. This morning living room. Yeah, there's like 4 in there. Like I said, I've got like a small pile behind me from previous weeks. So I've got to get another box. I don't read Cena. I don't read too many Dynamite books. But I like the cover. I like Mac. He's a great artist. Yeah, Mac is so good. We looked at one of his American God covers earlier. He's great. So I get that cover for Cena, and I get the I can't ever pronounce her fucking name. Paulina. Hey, what's up, Bernie? Gone show. Well, thanks for visiting my channel twice. I appreciate the view count. I forget her, but she's one of the artists that I'm trying to collect all of her covers for. But the problem is, she's doing art for Dynamite that has a bad habit of doing like, oh, you can get this cover, no problem. But if you want the Virgin cover with no title, no nothing, you gotta order 30 of these. No thanks, I don't want 30. Well, that's 2 weeks worth of comics. We should keep talking about comics, though. There's a lot of cool stuff coming up. We were touching on the Carnage stuff that's coming out. I guess it starts in August. He's just being a rude dude. Bizarre. There's Carnage next week. What's next week? Next week is Doomsday Clock number 10. Finally. Punk Memo number 2. Looks where the stores have to order 30-50. Yeah. Most of the time. That's why some of these books aren't worth much. Because a lot of stores will order to get the special cover, the 30 or 50 or 100 or 1000 cover, and then sell just the cover to make up all that money back, and then sell the comics for $1 and move on with it. They have to, yeah, so I don't have one in here, but let's pretend this was a different cover. I like the Virgin cover for this one. I believe was a 1 in 30. So for every 30 that you order of the regular cover, you can get 1 of the new cover, of the special cover. Sometimes it's a little different. Sometimes it's like, okay, well, if you order 30, you unlock the variant, and then you can order as many as you want, but you have to order 30 no matter what. Other times it's like, here's 10 different covers. If you order 10 of each, we'll give you a special cover. Hey Zodiac. All variants of any comic. I am a variant fiend. I go ham on the variants. I think we've established that. But I only get ones that I've really slowed down. I get ones that like really stick with me, or like ones of artists that I particularly like, because, or like the Giant Days, ones that are traditional, like oil painting, because I'm partial to oil paints. Yeah, you are correct. That's how they make that, bro. Yeah. It's like, you know, who's gonna order? For example, today I finalized. Same with Secret War, exactly. If you followed God is Dead, but I got every single issue, every single variant. It was rough. I tried that with I'm gonna have to do it soon. All of the variants for Marvel books coming up are gonna be Carnage variants, so I have to buy all of them because it's Carnage, and I love symbiotes. It's rough. It's rough. I mean, I do the regular cover and variant for Batman, and almost all of the Valiant books, like Punk Mambo, Incursion, all of the Venom ones that I can get. There's a few the hip-hop variants are really cool. I like those. Yeah, so, you know, a book like Spider-Man number 25, it's coming out in July. I just did an order on it today. Our store is ordering, I think the number was 15, and then one 1 in 10 variant, and one Carnage variant, so 16 or 17 books total. There is a 1 in 25, a 1 in 100, and a 1 in 200 variant for this book. This book has no significance. It is just the 25th issue. It's not like the first appearance of a character, you know, whatever. It's like a $4.99 issue. And stores have to buy 200 to get one book. If you say, this isn't always how it is, but if you say like, oh hey, okay, so a store pays half for a book, which, like I said, isn't always true. That's 250 times 200. Is that math right? The variant's gonna be at least it's gonna be at least like $550, because you have to factor in the fact that they have to make money on this with sales tax and shipping and all that. It's gonna be, the variant's gonna be at least $550, $600, you know. Correct. The two do not count towards the 50. They are 52. And then each one of those variants costs essentially 25 of that issue. And if the art's particularly good and the issue is particularly good, it can affect the price of the comic. So, do you want to take guesses on who this Vex R Cutie is? We currently have a graded Supergirl and the League of Justice, I think it was. Something like that. It's like issue 6 or issue 11. It's graded. And we are charging $650 for it, because it is an Adam Hughes variant. And Adam Hughes is like a really good artist that a lot of people love. He's got a lot of great That's more like Sandwick. Sandwick. Hey. Yeah, if I, as a comic book store manager, if I just say this 1 in 200 book, this 1 in 200 cover, I'm gonna start at about $500 and then only go up from there to get my money back. Even if it's a junk cover, then I guess you just don't order it. Exactly. There's so many, Marvel does it the most. There are so many of these incentive covers. It's Marvel and Dynamite, I think, are the biggest contenders for this. There's so many of those covers that it just doesn't matter, like, unless it's really, really cool, and a lot of people are speculating on it because the art's really good or the content is going to be really good. There's really just no reason to get them. Or if, like, at our store we have a subscription service. So if there's 25 people sub to a book, and they offer a 1 in 25 variant, and we're already getting 25 for the people that ask for it, of course I'm gonna get the variant, because it's just like, that's a freebie almost. Only the super popular comic book stores get the best variants. Maybe not the super popular ones, but the ones willing to spend the money to try and sell it online or in their store. The super popular ones are going to get those variants inherently, like just what I explained. Like they'll get the 125 if they're ordering 25 normally. But, Midtown. Midtown does enough business that they pay artists to do their own covers. And they just sell those online for like $30 a piece. But yeah, they have a lot of money. Like my store, we just did the Year of the Villain, which was the first one was a 25-cent. Are you in New York City now? We're in East Coast, Pennsylvania. Eastern Pennsylvania. Shit, what was I saying? Oh, You're the Villain. It's a 25-cent issue. Yeah. We ordered 10,000 of them. Why didn't we go there? I don't think it was close enough to Times Square. I'm not sure exactly where it's located. The only store that I could find in the area was like Gorilla something. And I heard that it wasn't that great, so we ordered 10,000 of this. It was literally 23 boxes of this book so that we could get the variants. We had 100 of the 1 in 100 variants because we got 10,000. We had 20 of the 1 in 500 variants and 10 of the 1 in 1,000 variants. Town is in Times Square. Shit. We were in Times Square. Wait, were we in Times Square? Or just were we off of it because we went for Comic-Con, so I imagine they were super packed. Yeah. They had a booth there. We walked by them a bunch of times. They just have overpriced variants that I didn't need to buy there, that I could just pay the extra $5 for shipping, I jump off the bus on 42nd Port Authority, it's right there. See the signs, but miss the entrance. It's all in the wall entrance, really. That's how Mile High is. Except Mile High in Colorado is in a warehouse district. And you can't find the entrance like anywhere. It just looks like a non-discrete, gigantic warehouse. You go through a door and it's like comic book heaven. Might have been a little bit much to walk to. Yeah, we went as far as Nintendo, the Nintendo store. He spelled buses with two S. I don't think we can get to Port Authority easily, right? Yeah, I remember seeing Port Authority. The bus we took, or like we couldn't get a bus to Port Authority or something, or rip. I mean, like I said, if I'm gonna get something from them, I'm just gonna have it shipped from their website because there's just better deals there, and I don't have to carry it. Yeah. No, I mean, I think that we were having issues. Like we chose not to take a bus into Port Authority because the bus system that we were using didn't work. Carrying a yeah, I had a backpack, but like I had other shit in it, and I didn't want my book to get damaged. I hope everyone's having a good Wednesday and a good night. No one came forward to say who the Vexar cutie is, though. Yearly for a day trip. It's the worst buying all these books. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. We went to Comic-Con last year and the year before, and like, it's a great experience, but I don't think I want to go. We went for 1 day the first year and then 2 days the second year. I definitely like 2 days because it gave us a date. I'm vexed though, like I have an evil twin named Vex is a cutie, or Vex are a cutie. Thursday, exactly, we went Thursday, Friday, I think it was. And like, it was good to go 1 day and then have another day to explore New York because, you know, it's really cool. The city's a cool place. Yeah, there's still way too many people on Thursday. Yeah, that's way too much. I didn't buy tickets this year. I'm hopefully going to TwitchCon. Still unsure about that though. But yeah, like I'd go again in like a couple years. It was basically the same artists, and I only go for like the memorabilia and the artist alley. Do you know who's going to be at TwitchCon? I mean, like most of the West Coast streamers. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry I touched the microphone. Yeah, Nin Chang. And then the good food, yeah, the artist alley is really good. But like, the vendors were the same. Jenna Marbles. The vendors were the same. They were in the same spots. They had the same shit. Like, I don't go to New York Comic Con to buy dollar books or $5 books. You know, I work in a comic book store. I have access to like 8 comic book stores in my area. I don't go for comics. I go for the cool shit. Not that comics aren't cool, but yeah. And it was just basically the same 2 years in a row, so. And I didn't go to any panels. I probably should have done panels. Just like listen to people talk and get some new cool info. But I'd go back in a couple years. Switch it up, maybe TwitchCon this year, PAX PAX next year. Yeah. Yeah, people only bring like booster packs to Comic-Con. They don't bring like cool singles. Oh my god, yeah, a day is not enough. There's too much shit. The building's like so big. sounds sweet. I want to go to PAX East. It's real tough to get me to the West Coast. TwitchCon's like almost worth it. You went to PAX East this year, nice. Did you happen to go to the Dead by Daylight booth? Not a fan of 575 bottles of water, yeah. It's bizarre, you can buy a full 32 pack for that. I'm sure they'll talk about Outer Worlds because it should be coming out soon, right? Yeah, just leave the actual convention. Go get food on the street, yeah. Got a shirt, but there were pins that I missed out on. Oh no. They're selling them on the store now. Dude, there's an Andres body pillow. And a Jeff shirt. A Dwight shirt, a Meg shirt. I think a Kate shirt too. Obsidian's your only hope. So at the end of the month, which is coming up, Kojima is supposedly revealing another trailer for Death Stranding. Huntress is a killer in the game Dead by Daylight, which is basically a game where one my god, it's starting to get to that point. I'm running out of drink. One person plays a killer, and 4 survivors. So 5 total players in one game. 1 versus 4. And yeah, she hums, yeah. Don't get your hopes up. For what? Looking Dead. It's too many games. Oh, it's great. The guys who run it they're in touch with my boss, and they came in to Dale's. Death Stranding. It's been fucking 3 years. PS5. Maybe they'll make a PS6 game for it. Who knows? 10 years from now. Too many games. The guy, the 2 people who run it, came to the store and gave us like 4 tickets, 2 to give away and 2 for me. So we did a tournament for 1 and a random giveaway for the other ticket, and then I took the other 2 because it's amazing. Free tickets, and it was a free weekend pass. It wasn't just 1 day. From Steel City, nice. Yeah, same. They went around to all the stores and tried to get people. I entered they had a raffle there for a gaming chair and some other stuff. I really wanted the fucking chair. It was like a $300 chair. At the time, I was using that thing. Maybe it was before then, I'm not sure. This is the graveyard of old chairs. So we've progressed from metal chair to plastic with a back that is actually terrible to an actual desk chair. It's just like a regular fucking office chair. Before I forget, I do want to thank the people who chose to follow the stream today. I can see the notification pop up, but I don't have notifications enabled because this is ASMR. I don't want a random alert to happen and it be really loud and scare people, you know. You're lucky I sit on my foot on the stream, no back. Casey. Alright, do you recommend it? Because I have a secret lab chair. Gaming chairs, I do not recommend aesthetic. And I want them like purple and black, you know. I want them, but it's not comfortable to sit on for like 4 or 5 hours for good streams. Get an office chair because office chairs are made for people to sit at for 8 hours because they're made for cubicle desk jobs. So they're a little bit better for you. Or get like a recliner. That's what frag does. Lethal frag. Okay, so I use Streamlabs. I have the Streamlabs chatbot and the Streamlabs notifications going all the time, but sometimes the notifications don't go through. It's just a bug that isn't really fixable. So some Vex lore for you. 561 streams ago, almost 3 years, I started streaming with my MacBook. It was pretty bad. It's one screen, it's like 15 inches. I had the Binding of Isaac in window mode, notifications, and chat, and that was it. Oh, and I think I had like my stream under Isaac so I could at least see that it was going on, you know. Or no, I had it up on my Xbox, because the way I was set up was I was sat on my couch, which was really a futon, and my TV in front of me had my Xbox, and I was using my computer on my lap, and I had because it was Isaac, so I just used a controller, so I couldn't use my mouse or whatever. Used to use Labs. I would recommend Streamlabs OBS. I don't personally use it, but it is very helpful and very good. Bizarre. Like I said it earlier, when we were talking about YouTube, like we just hit 100 subscribers on YouTube. I only wanted 100 subscribers so I could change the URL to youtube.com/avex, so it's easy to remember and easy to say, instead of like the random string of numbers that it is. I don't care about subscribers, I don't care about that. Content creation is just in me, and oh, is the strip club closed? Go the fuck home with your motorcycles at midnight, dude. Anyway, no more salt. What was I saying? Oh, content creation just is in me and wants to get out, so I was sat on my futon. I was sat on my futon with my computer in my lap. No camera because I had a webcam, but I didn't want to use it because, you know, as I didn't have a desk. My laptop was in my lap, and it was, you know, from me like typing or moving my legs, it was just too shaky, and I didn't want that level of poor quality, I guess. At least to me, it felt like that. It's like literally up the street from Tails. Maybe I'm giving away too much details, but I've never been to it. We're talking about comic books and streaming. So the first like 50 streams or 25 streams, I think, were me on my futon. That's pretty good. Yeah, it makes sense. For the first like 50, I think it's 25 streams, 26 streams, I didn't have a desk, I didn't have a webcam, I was just on my laptop on my futon. It was nuts. You can go back and watch, I think it's stream 25 or 24 is the first desk with a webcam stream. I like set up my TV to be a second monitor. Oh, God. I went through some big hoops to stream. It's fun though. I love streaming. Sometimes it's a little tiring, and sometimes I can feel the blood settling and me sink into my chair. But then I just get up and take a break and get a drink. You know, that's why I drink G Fuel. It like actually helps me get through streams a little bit. Yeah, it's a juggle and keep a social life. It's a juggle. A struggle juggle. Four jobs. Yeah. Jesus. It's fun though. I wouldn't have it any other way. I enjoy the people that I meet, and it's really like the only way I meet people outside of work. You know, I have to be very open and talkative at work, but personally, I'm not very like that. Like if I go to the store or if I go, to games, to GameStop at the mall, I go to where I want to go. I get what I want to get, and I leave. I don't chit chat. I don't do that. So really, my work, Dungeons and Dragons, and this place is where I meet people. There's a warning label on G Fuel that says it may contain lead. Yes. In the state of California, no matter how much lead is in anything on the nutritional facts, warning: consuming this product can expose you to chemicals including lead, which is known in the state of California to cause birth defects or other reproductive harm. The traces of lead in G Fuel are very minuscule because, there's like traces of lead in water. You can't filter 100% of anything out of anything, So, because it is legally required in California, they have to put it on the label. It scared me at first. I was like, when I first got my first shaker and my first little thing of G Fuel, I was like, do I really want to, why do people, talk about this if it's got lead in it? But it's, I did some research, which is what you should do if you're ordering a consumable product online without trying it in person. Do some research, come to your own conclusions, but I definitely recommend G Fuel. I came to my own conclusion, and just heard that, California laws are pretty strict, so I appreciate that they did that though, because it's very transparent and it's very nice that there's that transparency. That was on my water aerator thing I put on the faucet. Yeah. Lead. No more water. We don't need that. We don't need water where we're going. But I highly recommend G Fuel. I actually have. It's not within arm's reach, but I just got their supplementary product. There's G Fuel, then there's this G Fuel like H2O hydration stuff that's like 0 sugar, 0 calorie, 0 carb. That's supposed to just like keep you hydrated. It's basically only flavor, I imagine. G Fuel like actually has sugar in it, so it'll like keep me going through a stream, I've been meaning to try the dragon fruit hydration stuff. They've redeemed the dog I saw. Thank you. I'll see you in about 6 minutes-ish. I'll take a break. And then when I come back, we'll show off the dog and switch away from ASMR. I'm going to let's do G Fuel and regular pre-workout. Pre-workout is designed to be pre-workout, so it gives you the necessary vitamins and supplements that you need to have in your system while you are burning calories and working muscles and expending energy that you wouldn't otherwise. Because if you just do that without that stuff, it can cause harm in like the long term. Same with post-workout stuff. Okay, we're back. Another one. The look at so pre and post workout just have genuine good things for your body to help rebuild some of the muscle and some of the tissues that you may have lost during a workout. Because workouts are kind of damaging. They're good for you. It's good to exercise and elevate your heart rate, for 45 minutes to an hour a day. I sure as heck don't get that. Maybe if I'm playing Dead by Daylight, get my blood pumping because I'm about to have a fucking heart attack yelling at my teammates. But G Fuel is not meant to be a pre-workout supplement. It is a energy formula. It's just supposed to give you a little bit of a boost and keep you alert. Yeah. Let the salt flow. Guess we can do some ASMR things. Bizarre, I am by no means a nutritional expert. I have very limited knowledge on that type of thing. I don't know how often is too often with that type of stuff if you don't exercise very often. I imagine it's not terribly bad, but everything's bad for you in large amounts, so just, maybe do some research, or I'm sure someone has asked that question. I'm sure some nutritionist has answered. And I'm sure it's not too bad. I think causes cancer. Breathing. Especially around people who partake in nicotine. I grew up with my parents smoking my whole life. It was terrible. Is that audible? Look. Let me give you a hand. No. My parents smoked all my life. My whole life. Secondhand smoke is the most disgusting thing. I agree, Lizard. It was like, not only did I feel like not breathing when they smoked, it's also like I got ridiculed a lot in middle school and high school for just smelling like smoke. Enjoying the tingles. Thanks, Lizard. I'm glad. I'm glad that you've been here, and I'm glad that you've been enjoying it and relaxing. We need that in the middle of the week. We need a recharge, you know. We've got the real talk with Vex. If you smoke and have kids, they will be ridiculed at school. Because that's what happened to me. We've got the first half of the week done. My first half of the week, not so good. The best parts were not being at work. It's just like pretty busy with things that I had to do. And it's just like a lot at once, you know. It's like, oh my god, I gotta do this, gotta do this, gotta do this, gotta do this, you know. It's just like a hectic. But this next half of the week is gonna be great. It's gonna be a good week. Smoked for 1 year while I was getting through school. Good cold turkey. If it wasn't bad for you, I would definitely start smoking. If it wasn't bad for you. Yeah, there's always a drawback, you know. Thursday to Sunday is where it's at. Not having to work overtime. Pretty good. Yeah. I've known some people who quit smoking cold turkey. If you have that willpower, it's really good. It's really good for you. Having the ability to just tell yourself no and get through it. Yeah. Agreed. 11 hours is terrifying. There's definitely something nice about the aesthetic of smoking. Like, you know, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. In an alternate universe, there exists a Vex who does not go by Vex, who is the sheriff of a small town in the Pacific Northwest. And on a cold, warmish, rainy day, rainy night in the Pacific Northwest, 40, 50 years old, Sheriff Vex is enjoying a good rocking chair, a good podcast, and smoking like a long, like Gandalf pipe. No nicotine, of course, because Sheriff Vex is straight edge. He's got an image to uphold. For the 1,000 people in the town. Sheriff Vex. It should be a cosplay. It's basically McCree. We even have the same fucking name. I would not know, Bizarre. I've never smoked, but I understand that it is good to some people. Sheriff Vex has no time for family. His family is the town that he protects and serves. I definitely do not condone any kind of abusive substance, including alcohol, except in Dungeons and Dragons, because that's just funny. Like, I'm sure we'll come up with a sweet kind of alcohol in our D&D campaign. We made chapels. Yeah, bizarre. All fair points. Watch Critical Role. Every now and then. I've not watched since the beginning, so when I do come in, it like doesn't make any sense. But Matthew Mercer is definitely a very, very good DM. I like to think that we have similar styles. He gets paid, weekly to prepare for his D&D campaign. I do not, so obviously my campaign is lacking in that regard, but you would watch to go to sleep. Nice. They do it late, right? Do you have something in the background, or is it the AC? It might be the AC, but I also have rain on leaves on a forest road in autumn. 10 hours video with sound for relaxing and sleep. It's an ASMR video. I like that, that's just what the title's called. I like that Critical Role has brought D&D to the public eye. I've seen a lot of people come into my store, referencing them and getting into D&D when they wouldn't normally. And now I'm too loud. I like the rain loop a lot. Yeah, it's good, it's good. It's a good one. Typically we do one that's like a little bit shorter, but we've done that one like the past month or so. But with the introduction of Critical Role, and yes, you were it's fine, I don't care. The introduction of Critical Role and a bunch of D&D related podcasts and the D&D sessions on Twitch. D&D's growing and it's great. No, she is Vex GF. You're smothering Nova. Hex is Vex GF. What's it saying? It is definitely the increase of popularity of Critical Role and all of these, like Magic Mike and all them. Has definitely put a lot of pressure on me as a DM. I have a very particular style, I think. What does that mean? Now she beats me. I've been DMing for 5 years. I've spent the last 5 years, all of the newest edition of Dungeons & Dragons, I've been spending the last 5 years trying to get better as a DM, because you've never, you never, is the words correct, other words? But the increase in popularity has definitely put a lot of pressure on me as a DM, which is okay. You know, I like challenges. I like trying to impress people. Clearly, I like to think that I'm doing a good job. As a DM, you try to think of every possibility that people are trying to do right, to an extent. At least when preparing my campaign, which eventually we're going to get to today. I'll show you a little bit of what I've been working on. I try to, when I'm DMing from a book, you know, I'll read the book, and the book is, you know, words written on a page. You can't change that. They're written on the page. A lot of stuff happens that the book doesn't tell you about. Like, okay, for example, in one of my campaigns with the group that I'm with now, they got teleported to the middle of the mountains. At some points in the story, no matter the role, the DM has the same outcome. Somewhat, yeah, somewhat. So they get teleported to the middle of the Great Peak Mountains. They walk down a little path. They walk for about a mile through the trees and down this rugged path. And opening up from the trees is a hunting lodge, a big, 2.5 story wooden and stone lodge. Very large, big mansion size, big, deck, stairs walking up to it. They go inside. It's got animated armor, cultist bad guys, big bad or evil birds on the top of it. It's an evil place. They slaughter everything and then loot the place. They kill a troll. They find a bunch of kobolds that were servants tucked away into one of the upstairs closets, like hallways, cleaning and being slaves. So they make a check, a charisma check, to see if talking in Draconic to these kobolds, which are mentioned as one line in the book. Kobolds exist here, basically. They walk up to them and say, I want to liberate these kobolds. I killed their master. I don't want them to be slaves anymore. So they succeed on the save, and these kobolds are now free. They go downstairs. They find a tapestry, basically a carpet or like a cloth. One of them touches it and gets transported 4 miles away in a random direction next to a goat. Okay. They have no idea where they are. They scout out, they see the lodge down the way. They hop on the goat and ride the goat. They come back. They get the tapestry and they magically roll it up and put it in a bag to use as a teleportation device to this spot later on in the campaign. Later on in the campaign, they amass a ton of gold, and they start sending people that they liberate, other kobolds, other lizard folk, other elves. They start telling these people to grab the tapestry, get teleported to the hunting lodge, and they can live there. Now, with all their accumulated people and accumulated gold, they start teleporting back themselves, and they start because of one chapter, because a bunch of random people decided to start liberating some kobolds, and none of that is in any book. I run the campaign, I read the chapter, and okay, we're gonna go in here, we're gonna kill these bad guys, we're gonna see some stuff, we're gonna talk about some stuff, and then we're gonna move on. I didn't prepare for the town to still be around today in the next 2 campaigns. Like, you can prepare a couple of different avenues, but you can't prepare for everything. Because there's always going to be that one person that says, oh, well, what if I do this? Do I stream D&D games? No, actually, I play D&D at my shop, and it's a bit too loud for cameras and microphones. We've thought about moving it to my house. That way we can set up, I have I can get another webcam. I have a bunch of tripods, we can get some mics. We can do it up and make it look good, but maybe sometime in the future. I think it'd be fun. I love DMing, I love playing D&D. And I love this group, because this group is so diverse and so in the way that they think. It's just very interesting. It's more fun to do off stream probably. I mean, I've never tried it on stream, so I wouldn't know. I don't enjoy doing it in the shop because there's a lot of people playing D&D on Sundays. I have to yell, I mean, I wouldn't focus on chat if I was DMing. I would glance every now and then, or have someone else, focus chat and keep an eye on chat and answer questions. Especially if I'm DMing, I have to be entertaining. My main priority as a DM is entertaining the people that have come to my DM table, or my Dungeons & Dragons table. But, just the other week, we went to this level of a dungeon that was goblins and drow, which are dark elves, and they're like at war with each other. We go in, we kill the evil elves, I thought that was gonna happen. And I thought that we were gonna side with the goblins because they were like nice and they were just trying to get their land back and things like that. But what I didn't prepare for was our evil paladin challenging the main goblin, the chieftain, to a one-on-one combat and winning. What do I do with that? He can disguise himself as a goblin. So now he's the chieftain of this random sect of goblins in this random dungeon. And then what does that mean? So I have to come up with all that stuff on the fly because that's nowhere in the actual campaign book, Yeah, Critical Role can't keep up with chat anyway. It's too fast. But yeah, DMing's an experience. It's challenging at sometimes. It's very rewarding. I get to be also part of theater. I'm supposed to buy. Oh yeah, we own one of the theaters in Waterdeep, and it's like a theater that puts on plays. You could say he was a fake chief. I mean, I could, but that's a lot. I'm supposed to. My job as a DM is to lose. All of the creatures that I play, all of the bad guys that I play, always are supposed to lose, or at least if they win, they're supposed to win in a way that is rewarding for the players. I have to make it a challenging and rewarding experience for the players. So since this character acted and roleplayed and did well, I gotta reward him and the party. And it just made for an interesting dilemma, that challenged me as a DM to think of more things to do with this situation. He becomes the Goblin Chieftain. What does that mean? what does that mean to these goblins? Do they trust them? Are their allegiances immediately flipped? Does that cause problems? Can they be called on for help or assistance, If I say that, oh, he's a fake chief, then that kind of diminishes the accomplishments of the character. It's tough. It's a tough balance, because if you try to do something really cool and really epic and it doesn't work, and it just feels bad. It can be a fun, like a puzzle. Yeah, exactly. So characters get puzzles of combat and role playing and actual in-game puzzles. DMs get the fun puzzle of having 6 to 8 random people say random shit all the time, and you gotta think real fast, because you can't just sit there and go like, let me look at this book here, let me read this paragraph. Okay, this, that's not fun. You'll look up and all your players will just be on their phones, Okay, I need to my voice is starting to crack. I can't take the ASMR anymore. I'll be right back. I'm gonna take about a 2 or 3 minute break. When I come back, we're gonna switch to full volume, and we're going to do some D&D stuff. So, and I'm gonna show off the dog. I gotta show the dog on stream, because X redeemed it. Yeah, I'll be back in about 2 or 3 minutes. Just gonna stretch, use the bathroom, stretch my voice a little bit, get a new drink. I encourage you guys to do the same. Unless you're relaxed and laying down, falling asleep, that's okay too. But I just want to warn you that we are going to be full volume when we come back, and I'll make another warning afterwards. So yeah, I appreciate everyone for sticking around for ASMR, and if you're leaving the ASMR portion, I hope that you come back next Wednesday. But yeah, I'll be right back.
Okay. Up. Ow, okay. Okay, here you go. Then you gotta turn around. Turn around. Turn around. No, 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 no. Turn around. Turn around. Ugh. Look at this big pup. Sit. Come here. Come here. There you go. You dropped it. Well, what is that? Pretzel? Here's some ASMR for you. Just kill it. You want to sit in the chair, pup? Sit. Stay. 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 Here. Have another treat. Stop spinning. Just sit. Just sit. Pup stream. You want to put the headphones on? What a beauty. Can we put the microphone out? Here you go, look at this. Look at me. I'm a Fortnite streamer. I'm gonna bust a cap in your ass. Okay, get down. Come on, no, you cutie. Oh, wait. Pup. Gamer dog. What a god gamer dog. Yeah, fuck the John Wick skin. Give me John Wick's dog skin. That didn't sound good. It sounded real fucked up. I want to play as his dog. God, she's heavy. She's like 65 pounds. She's just fucking dead weight. She doesn't help. Wish Sal was here. I'm glad that she sat for so long. I thought she was just gonna like immediately jump off the chair. Okay. So yeah, I apologize if you're here for ASMR. We did switch to did not work. We did switch to full volume mode. We are switching over to Dungeons and Dragons. We just did about 2.5 hours of ASMR comic book stuff. If you want, you can check out our YouTube. I have every single stream that we've done previous to this, including all of the ASMR stuff, including all of our ASMR stuff that is only for YouTube and not streamed on Twitch. There's even a ASMR playlist with all of our good ASMR stuff. I actually haven't updated it in about 6 months, but there's a ton of videos there. And I appreciate you stopping by for the ASMR content. I love doing it. Sometimes we have to deal with some of the weirdos and the people who are like, you know, why are you doing ASMR, you fucking weirdo? And it's like, why are you coming to my channel then, weirdo? Yeah, that's what we have to deal with. Top streamers, click it. Vote for the channel. Easy peasy. We are 6th place in D&D, first and currently live. I can't imagine why. Let's see how many people are actually streaming Dungeons & Dragons. We might do just chatting. Let's see. But yeah, I hope everyone has had a good Wednesday so far. I guess it's over now. At least for me, it's Thursday now. We're gonna get through it. We're gonna have a good rest of the week, I think. I am most likely gonna have to attend a funeral on Saturday, so that's not so good. But we're gonna see Brightburn tomorrow. I'm gonna hang out with my buddy I haven't seen in a while. It's gonna be great. I also have to plan a 4th of July party. Let's see. Dungeons & Dragons. Dungans. Okay, there's actually a lot of people. Alright, let's do it. Oh my god. Where's it? Where'd it go? Oh, look at this. No, it's at 10 a.m. I'm not going to get out of work. Oh, my cam's covering it. Here. Oh, where'd it go? Look at this. Look at this thumbnail, dude. World building. And it's Nova with her fucking... Her mouth wide open with the fucking headset on. I hope that's a thumbnail on YouTube. That's so fucking good. Twitch is like, this is the moment we need to show everyone. Like, holy shit, dude. Alright, let me get let me get World Anvil up. Well, I've been doing this I don't know if I know enough about this to talk about it, so I'm not going to. World Anvil has built this new feature called Heroes, and I'm not sure exactly what the deal is. Nice you watch Shroud. Yeah. Shroud's a god gamer. There we go. So they made this Heroes thing that's like, it's the first of its kind of community for fictional characters and campaign managers for your homebrew. So like, I can make a campaign. I can make my campaign here, and then have my players put their players online too, or their characters online, and then have those characters in the campaign story on here, and have them like keep track and manage all of your players, run sessions, and create post-action reports. So I can report on things, so maybe someone misses something, they can go back and read this. They can share what they rolled on their dice. You know, and that doesn't matter for like physical stuff, but images of your characters, articles that you like, or articles of the world, because we have all these articles that we've created that you can access while the game's going on. Wait, what? Okay, yeah, we're good. Oops. They can also like write down that they got a magic item, so they met a certain NPC, and everyone's using like an iPad while they're playing anyway, so they could just log into this. I'm just having trouble trying to get people to fucking use it. It seems like real fucking cool. It's like basically a social media platform, but only with your group. And my group has a hard time finding one solid means of contact. And you could just like look at character sheets, make a character. Yeah, whatever. Okay, so let me get up. There we go. This is the world so far. There's a lot of changes that I want to make. As I've been hanging out and looking at what other people have made, this is my first draft of this world. This is like the general concept of what I want it to be, but I want to change it up a little bit and add a lot more. Like, this isn't nearly done. Like, I want more trees going on. I want more lowlands going on. I want more mountains, you know, more hills. It's got to be a little bit fleshed out, at least this area, because this is the area the campaign's going to take place in. I've got a couple cities. Not all of these dots I want to be cities either. A couple of them, but not all of them. But I've got to flesh out Earsteer, flesh out this place, and flesh out Amberfall. We were working on Amberfall last time. I don't really know if I want to go to a new thing. I kind of want to keep working on Amberfall. This is the town here, Steve, yeah, that my players created in the last campaign. That's what I was talking about before. That obviously wasn't in the book. It's not in the book to, you know, take a town or take one building and make it into a town after you liberate it from the evil people that live there. So it's interesting, but you know, now we're left with Steve. So, so the how'd you make that map? Did you use Hero's website? No, I drew it with a program called Wonder Draft. It was basically like the template is the water, and then there's a tool that raises the the land from the sea, and you get this kind of like coastal effect. And I just did that and made it a land mass that I enjoyed, and this is where we're at. And then I added some lakes and some rivers. I think I need to add like a lot more rivers and a lot more mountains. Like, I need some mountains that kind of come down through here, and some valleys and some I need to spice it up a little bit, because it seems like most of the trees, so the trees matter in this world. There's 7. Oh, thanks, man. Thanks, Bizarre. This was definitely a first attempt. This was me trying to play around with the settings and the different, you know, like mountains and things that you get to play with. I definitely need to go at it again and refine it a little bit. But yeah, it takes time. This one took like 20 hours for me to make, because I was just like so tedious about it and so new to it. I didn't know what I was doing. But we've got these trees. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and one more, but I'm not really going to talk about that with one of the campaign members in the chat room. And the trees matter, but they've all kind of got this similar theme where they're like tucked away in a pocket, except for Feland. This is one big tree, and that's just like kind of on its own. So I need to change up how the landscapes work, and some of the rivers just like don't look right. Like, that's not how rivers act. They just go right to it, you know. Ever make your own campaign from scratch? Yeah. So we actually this past D&D campaign last Sunday was the first time that we did a campaign in this new world. It was exciting. We used we started in Steve. It was transported. The whole town was transported from the D&D campaign we were in before to here and it was just like a big catastrophic event, and no one knows why. We were invaded by cultists that knew that we were going to be there, and there was a ton of cultists. They were slaughtering, murdering innocents. You know, we were trying to do as best as we could to fight them back, but we just like couldn't. Every time we made some progress, more would fill the ranks. You know, and then the horn of the bear folk rang, and bear folk and elves from Earsteer, a nearby city, came to the rescue because they saw the catastrophic event happen, and they needed to figure out what was going on. Like, what the hell was that? Because this is like a sacred forest, and outside of it, something bad happened, so they need to figure out what happened. So they came to the rescue, and that was basically the first part of the campaign. And we're currently on our way up to Earsteer to meet the Queen. And the goal is to go from like here, maybe up to Granite, and then over into the Withering Willows, and then maybe down a little bit, maybe meet the dwarves over in Doom, and then over to this area, this kind of neck that happens in the mountains, and then end in this capital city, or at least reach the capital city. I don't know exactly where it's going to end, but I don't think this campaign will have a actual end. It's going to like lead into something bigger. Maybe. I'm not that far yet. But let's work on Amberfall. Oops. Ba-da-da. So we need a alternate name. I like the city of Amberfall, also known as, you know, something. Amberfall's deal is that the magics that happened, you know, it kind of exists on like a little bit of a plateau almost. It's almost like a, it's definitely, you know, an artificial plateau. This moat around it is more of like a drop. If I could play it, I've never played D&D. Only started thinking it was nice since I saw Critical Role. Yo, D&D's fun. It's so much fun because you can do whatever the fuck you want. You know? You can just do whatever you want. And it basically makes sense, you know? There's D&D campaigns, like I've got, there's another game, it's an RPG game called Starfinder, and it takes place in this far future. There's that, there's, even just the slight future where there's gunpowder and and guns in this sort of setting. You can do whatever the fuck you want. And it all makes sense. Because the rules don't matter. Now, so this is a man-made trench, almost. The drop is like 700 or 800 feet. And it's about 200 or 300 feet between land masses. It was built as a defense thing. So there isn't a direct connection to the ocean. There might be some underground tunnels that have been dug artificially. Prisoners and people who are sentenced to death in Amberfall get exiled, basically. But they don't get exiled to like the wastes around here, you know. It's not going to be wastes. I'm not sure exactly what this is going to be. I know we've got like a desert going on down here, but I'm not sure what this will be. They get exiled to the Hollow, which is this hollow 800 feet by 200 feet around the whole city. And they get exiled down there. They can't ever come back. And some of them live down there, and some of them turn into, grotesque creatures, and they build such hatred that they just kind of like, try and work themselves out. Sometimes some come back up, and cause havoc or wreak havoc. But I'm thinking that maybe some of them have like kind of banded together and made a sort of faction that lives down there and is like plotting, I don't know if that'll actually come up in this campaign, but sounds pretty cool. Thanks, Lizard. I think it would make sense if there was like tunnels that led out here into like the base of other mountains, into like old dwarven ruins, where they just like pretend to be down there all happy and yeah, oh, we're dying down here, we're starving, thanks guys. But they're really criminals, like, and there's a mastermind kind of like making this plan to like get back at Amberfall and, get rid of all the citizens that have wronged them, So that's the deal with the Hollow. The Hollow. But the reason it's called Amberfall is because some of the water that comes from like this ever-flowing river at like the top of a mountain, if you imagine it's like sort of one or two peaks of this smallish mountain, sort of at the base of the mountain is the upper city, and then surrounded the upper city is a, no one ever do D&D, but like futuristic with galaxy and spaceships. Oh yeah, Chasm of the Damned or the Lost. I like that. Servanty, welcome. The Hollow Chasm. It could be like Chasm of the Damned, as like a also known as, or like that's what the locals call it, as like a, like tell your children's about that. Chasm of Lost Souls, even. Yeah. I imagine this place is like a, it's talked about, but it's not really talked about. Like people try not to talk about it. Like the what are they called? What do we call them? The Glowing Dawn soldiers. We called it. There was a longer name, but maybe the soldiers of the justice system calls it by its real name because they acknowledge that it exists. But the parents call it by the Hollow or the Chasm of Lost Souls or whatever, to like scare their children into not, doing wrong. But it's like this thing that no one really wants to talk about because no one wants to acknowledge that they've sent real living people down there to die instead of just murdering them, because maybe outright murder in Amberfall is just a crime, no matter if it's just or not. It's used by parents to scare their children into being good. Exactly. So we've got an area for laws and shit. We can start writing a code of law. The Glowing Dawn sounds good. I think it's we've got the Glowing Dawn. Okay, so the Order of the Glowing Dawn is the full proper name. And then the Glowing Dawn is like the, not quite slang, but just the everyday verbiage. We can just start writing a code of law here. Murder of any kind is forbidden. This is why I have fucking Grammarly. I can't fucking talk. I can't talk, I can't spell, I can't write. I need a free Google Chrome app to help me. Call those banished to the hollow, the lawless. They could they could be the lawless, they could. I'm trying to think of what they would call it and what they would call themselves, you know? Do people do D&D? Oh, yeah, sorry. Anyone ever do D&D but futuristic with galaxies? Yeah, so there's actually... I'll get back to the law stuff. There's actually a type of campaign in 3rd edition, or 3.5. It was introducing what's called a Spelljammer. It's basically a ship that's like a wooden ship, you know, a boat that you use to travel in between planes and visit other worlds, you know. And then there's I was just talking about it, Starfinder, which is Pathfinder, and Pathfinder is a game very similar to D&D. It was actually created by some of the people who were working on D&D at the time. Starfinder is that game, but in the future. The same world, same star system, but in the future. Way in the future when they've discovered space travel and technology, but they still have magic. And they still use it. And the main setting of that world has gone from a couple of continents to a couple of planets. 2nd edition? Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't play... I played one campaign of 3.5. And it was like literally only a couple of sessions. And then all of my experience has been 5th edition. 2nd edition. I've heard that there's rumors about Spelljammer coming to 5th. Because there's a lot of boats, and there's a lot of thrones, and there's a lot of chairs that seem suspicious in all of the different campaigns. But who knows? I mean, we're going to hell in the next book, so... I'm particularly... There's also Shadowrun. Shadowrun is another futuristic... it's its own world, its own system. I'm not sure if it's galaxy-wide or planet-wide or whatever. But that is futuristic and still has magic too. I'm actually looking forward to trying Starfinder. The more and more I think about it, the more and more cool I think it is. Because it's like futuristic stuff with magic. It seems awesome. Spelljammer is awesome. It sounds cool. Like every time someone tells me about it, it's just like gets better and better. There's a campaign that people could have use their imagination more, like something that nobody has ever done. People would have to use their imagination way more. What do you mean? Like not the typical medieval setting? Are you talking about a setting? Or, 'cause I mean, in D&D, you gotta use your imagination. A little bit. A different set. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, there's Wild West campaigns. There's underwater campaigns, you know. On the water campaigns, in hell campaigns. There's a lot. There's a lot of people playing D&D, so there's a lot of minds, you know, making stuff. Okay, murder of any kind is forbidden within the walls. Do we have a punishment? I've got to go through all my articles and spruce them up and put like headers and things. Nah, I don't need that. I can't make dots. Punishment. Oh, so we were talking about D&D covers everything? Yeah, the system itself is built to be used in any setting. even if you take magic completely out, you still have the base stats. The stats that cover just about everything. Like, all of your skills, you know? You're always going to use charisma and communication when you're role-playing, you know? You're always going to use athletics and acrobatics when you're fighting, you know? Dexterity, things like that. 350... Oh. Okay, see? That's what I thought when we first did it, too. It's furriers. People who craft things with furs. Maybe I should just take that one out. Okay, so the law benders, there's got to be this faction of people who are called one thing on each side. Hey, what's up, Wolf? How you been, man? They're called something on each side. Like, they call themselves something. And then, like, the snooty high up Golden Dawn, you know, the Glowing Dawn. You know, officials call them something else that's, like, lowly, you know. So maybe the chasm itself is called something else. And then the people that are the not people, the creatures, because they spending so much time in the dark and feeding off the things that live down there, you know, changes whoever lives down there for a long time, and that turns them into the Hollow. Maybe they call themselves, you know, something else. I'm not sure. Rising Dawn? Sorry, what? Can make a campaign in the United States at the current time. I've thought about doing a post-apocalyptic, like like zombie dealio. Like, whatever catastrophic event is happening now, and we got to use the U.S. to do whatever we got to do. I like that idea. Punishment. Exile. Permanent exile. I'm just going to call it the Hollow. So, World Anvil has this sweet search function. You can search for any article or any word or whatever, or any, like, a highlighted thing in here, and it'll bring up the list of things that it appears in. So I can search for the Hollow, and it'll give me every article that is referenced, and I can go back and edit it in case I, you know, don't want it to be named that, or I want to change some of the info that it references, you know. You grind WoW. Your mage level 29. Nice, dude. Nice. How are you liking it? Do you like Blink? It's so good. I think you should get your mount too, right? Your ability to crouch down as a worgen and run real fast. Permanent exile to the Hollow. Murder of any kind. Regardless? That's not how you spell. Regardless? Is that how you spell regardless? Fuck. Of status. Regardless of. No, let's not use that. Are the articles on the separate web pages when you're searching for a Hollow? I believe so. I've had that speed boost at level 10. Really? No, you have the speed boost, but there's an ability that lets you cast a little bar, a little casting time, and then you get down on all fours, and then you run as if you were on a mount. You run that fast. It's just so Worgens don't have to have a mount, and it looks cool, you know. Okay, so we've got the Kodawa. Our our Amberfall names for people who live in Amberfall are Amberfane is the proper term, and then Amberfellow is the local demonym. Yeah, you're actually 19. Somehow I was convinced I was level 20. Rip. Soon enough. Are you gonna, when you hit level 10 or level 20, are you gonna try a different character? Or are you gonna sub to WoW? Because I think it's only free to level 20. Okay, back to what I was originally talking about. Trying to figure out a second name for Amberfall. It's situated so that there's the mountain-ish area, then the upper city, then a wall, then the lower city, then a wall. From the upper city, from above the upper city, is a river that is coming from down the mountain that is just ever flowing. And as it travels, Amberfall or Amberfellows for Amberfall? For Amberfall itself. We have two names for the denonyms. We have a slang name and a proper name, so I'm sticking with those. As the water flows down the river and picks up minerals from the area, and hits whatever magic is currently being used in Amberfall, either for protection or whatever. Maybe that can be part of the campaign, finding out why this water turns into this ambery color that shines when the light hits it. You know, it beams this kind of amber, yellowy glow from it, but not quite P level of glow. It's a little bit more beautiful than that. And then, of course, you know, the water goes through, and then it runs down the chasm area. So that's why it's called Amberfall. Part of it is I don't have enough patience or experience creating a language. I want Elvish to be a thing in this world. The dragons and the elves are the oldest beings on this world, and I don't know enough about language to create one. So that could ease a lot of like. You sub, so you're sticking with that. Good. It's good to stick with one character, at least for now. I have, 40 characters that I play at various times. I'll like maybe hop on one and play for like 10 minutes, yeah. But, Amberfall, or also known as, Amberfalls to the Elvish, something like that. Having a language would alleviate all of that. That's a little bit too on the nose, bizarre. At least for what I'm thinking. I don't know. Let's move on. Let's see what else. Industry and trade. Describe here the ways that the settlement stays afloat. What do its inhabitants do for a living? Which are the most important imports, exports, and manufacturing taking place in the settlement? So we need ways. My God, excuse me. And of course, once in articles, finally finished, I can go back and flesh it out in terms of prettiness. Get rid of some words, change some words, and make things just like flow better. Add images, things like that. I can also do this. I can reference other articles inside an article. City of Solar Waters. I kind of like that. Because if you think about it, we've got New York City, the city that never sleeps, the Big Apple, things like that. That's like the same kind of thing that I'm trying to go for. It's tough because I'm also learning about Amberfall, as we go through it. I've not prepared any of this. This is literally me going through it and figuring out the city with everyone here. So, but this is really cool. So I can even reference something like, I can eventually make that a thing. And if this ever becomes an article, this will link it. So this feature is so fucking good. This site, so good. Okay. Ways Amberfall stays afloat. Important imports. I'm so glad I can spell. Important exports. Manufacturing. You'll probably think of it as you make the campaign, and then we'll come up with something. Yeah, oh yeah, totally. I mean, we spent a good 2 hours coming up with the stuff that we already did. And since the last time we did this, I've thought of, more things that I forgot to write down, and as the campaign goes on, Amberfall might change to fit the narrative of the campaign. Because I'm very much a DM who thinks that, preparing is good. World building, fantastic. But there are certain things, if you're trying to tell a cohesive story, that need to change to be fluid, just like your players. Especially if I'm trying to craft an exciting experience for them, And this city exists while they're existing too. So the city is evolving while they're evolving. I can't really think of an example, but like if for some reason we're headed to Amberfall, and one of them casts some spell that's like devastate the world, and it blows up half the world. I can't still have Amberfall there if it's on the half of the world that got destroyed, because that's how consequences work, and cause and effect. I'm very much a cause and effect DM, and don't want to shoehorn my players into anything. I want them to be as creative as they can be, and let their juices flow as much as mine. Okay, I want to think about this one. Can it happen? No, it can't happen. It was just like a drastic example. Guilds and factions. This, I like. One direction. Okay, settlements from the smallest town to the most thriving of metropolises. Are moved one direction or another by the organizations which affect its politics and financial development. Describe here which are these factions for this settlement. Alright, I want to... There's a... I can like make, the Builders Guild, the Shoemakers Guild, the Street Sweeper Guild, But I want cool names, and I'm gonna have a billion fucking guilds, Because, there's 100,000 people who live here. That's a lot of people. So there's going to be a lot of things for them to do and a lot of jobs for them to do. So I've got some random generators here, generating random words for me. It's flourishing. Yeah. Innocent gang, Jesus. Silver pikes. Horde of the tame. Radio tricks. None of these are like proper guild names, though. House of the Mental, what the hell? I kind of like this Women of the Dove. So what would what would a guild called the Women of the Dove do? What would they mean? The dove could have some significance, maybe religiously, or it could be like a guild. Yeah, like a peaceful guild. It could be a guild that fosters children, and it's just a bunch of women who have dedicated their lives to taking kids off the street and providing for them. Maybe these women were all mothers, or think of themselves as mothers of the city. And dove is just, a peaceful sign. Maybe it's part of their guild. Maybe it's their guild sigil. And the thing with World Anvil, literally everything I do, I make one fucking article for Amberfall, and I create 1 million more fucking articles to write. We can write an article on the code of law. We can write an article on the 7 that rule the city. We can write an article on the Hollow, the Upper City, the Glowing Dawn, the guilds. Like, Jesus Christ. Or it could be. I want to write this down just in case we lose it. Women of the Dove. Guild that does illegal things. That's their cover-up. Women who foster kids. So that could be a deeper. So on the surface, they could be this guild who is, taking kids off the street, fostering these children that have no homes. In the public eye, they may receive donations. Maybe that's their only way of making money. They receive donations from the denizens, the Amber Fallon. And then maybe there's a couple of the women who need to have their own name, like the equivalent of a nun. These women, maybe a couple of them have banded together to try and use these kids as maybe a source of information. Maybe there's a political figure that has come to them and recruited and given extra money to these people to say okay, well, these kids are gonna work for me now. There's so much shit you can do. Yeah, it's literally the only limit is yourself. It's so good. Women of the Dove. I'm gonna give a quick, because we're gonna keep going with guilds. I'm gonna give a quick one-liner. Peaceful guild of women who foster children. Wild children. Okay, next guild. Let's see. Paladins. See, I like I like the fantasy like world, but Paladins of Might be a little too on the nose. That's like saying, the Dragon Slayers, A lot of these are like gang names. They seem like extra small switchblades. Seems like a fucking gang name. There's also like a lot of the I'm not too fond of the I don't want to use it too much. Iron Fists. I kind of like that. You think? What do you mean you think? Oh, a little too on the nose. Iron Fists. There needs to be a fighters guild. There needs to be a place where people can be trained, and there can be like a kind of entertainment, sort of gladiator type of stuff. I don't know if Iron Fists is the way we want to go with that, but I could think of what the guild's scope is, then come up with a name to match it. There's that direction too. I can come up with 10 regular like everyday kind of duties, like I said before, like builders, shoemakers, street sweepers, painters, things like that. Finding creative names for those to match it is like a little bit less of my forte. And I've got this awesome website here that's just like randomly generates stuff, and I want to try and gather what I can. And I don't use everything that I'm shown, so I probably like piece things together or use information from one to figure out something. A bad guild? Oh yeah, we definitely need guilds that are like in the shadows, that aren't really talked about. One of the names that came up is Hollowfield. That could be the base of the hollow. Grouchy defeat. What the hell? There's a lot of animal ones. There's one that was like I think it's like, I forget. It's something of the wolves. I like maybe having a like animal theme to some of the guilds, like at least to like their names or their purpose. Like doves are kind of nice and peaceful. Wolves would be like territorial and a little aggressive, that kind of thing. I also have to find guilds that are like actually useful. Hopeful Immortals. The fuck? Stewards of the Holy. Kind of like that. Strength of Strength. Okay. Some of these are just like two words put together and it's not like actually coherent. Hmm. Dashing spikes. The fuck? What are these names? Flesh gods. That's a fuck. That sounds like a band. I kind of like this Rangers of the Light. Be original names, not like generic, like Silverfang or something. I mean, like it depends. We have to keep in mind that these are guilds, so these are city recognized, like basically professions, or activities. I don't know how else to say it. Okay, so here's one. Steel hammers. Okay. So, the Steel Hammer Guild. The Steel Hammers Guild? I don't know. This is maybe a dwarven founded guild. Maybe by the Steelhammer family. And it's just a guild of blacksmiths. Maybe if you want to be a blacksmith in Amberfall, you have to train at the Steelhammer Guild first, and all blacksmiths are trained by Steelhammers. Or maybe there's two different, or a couple different blacksmithing guilds, and they all have their own little blacksmithing territory, and they're like, oh, yeah, you got yours made at the Steelhammers? Like, you should check out the steelwork over at, so-and-so's guild. I think I like Hammer too. Because Steelhammer is like the name. Dwarven Blacksmithing Guild. Okay, 2 down. 100 to go. We're already 30 minutes over. Yeah. Last of the Claw. That is a name of a bad guild. Whoa. So, in my story, in my world, in the beginning, dragons were created by otherworldly beings coming and trying to purify the creatures that already lived on this planet. The creatures that lived here were destroyed or banished. There's more of them. They live in a different world. They're banished to a different plane. They live underneath the under the earth. Maybe this claw has something to do with that. The cultists that we saw in the first campaign were cultists working for a big baddie that's working for one of the creatures that was around in the beginning. One of these otherworldly horrors. And the claw could be like maybe a smaller sect of that, or maybe working for a lesser being, maybe even demon. and they're like what's left over of maybe a once great mafia coven, maybe of some sort, and now they're like, working in the shadows, trying to affect things in such a way that whatever they're trying to do, whatever the claw is, they're trying to bring it back and bring about, destruction, havoc. Okay. But that one definitely stuck out immediately when I saw it. So there definitely needs to be like like a mage's tower. Some place where people can go to practice magic safely and learn it. The claw could be dragon. Yeah, could also be dragonborn. Could be, in this campaign, in this world, you might see a dragon as often as you would see in real life a shooting star. Maybe you see it once every few months, flying overhead. Maybe an adventurer would go out and find a dragon in the wild and get slaughtered. Not all dragons are bad, but they're very territorial. There definitely used to be a lot more dragons. So the last of the claw could be, dragonborn who descend from dragons. So dark guilds are not recognized by the town. They're just made up of bad guys. Correct. They're just like just a bad guild, I don't know how else to say. It's a reverse guild, just like a group of bad guys, an organization, I guess. And then maybe these Dragonclaw are doing some work, trying to bring back some dragons. Maybe trying to summon a dragon from a different plane. Oops. Well, it's just like not a word. Capital D. Okay. I like. There also needs to be a guild for like bookkeeping. Someone has to be the judicial. Someone has to be the governmental part of things. Is that a word? And then there's someone who needs to be like the bookkeeping, the history keepers, the ones keeping the history of Amberfall, of the denizens of the world. This is the capital city. There's a bunch of capital cities, but they're all of various factions, of various locations. This is the free city. This is the capital city. So there needs to be a big group of people who are dedicated to keeping history, keeping it safe, maybe being armed with magic, maybe too. The Binders, that's a good one. This one that came up that reminded me of it is called Silence of the Classified. That evokes a kind of like, these are the history keepers. They are always listening, always writing. They're not talking. Maybe they're bound by silence. Maybe they make an oath of silence when they join the guild. Classified, obviously, maybe a little bit too. Classified seems like too negative. Cartographers and librarians, exactly. I think no matter what, I kind of want them to be bound by silence, by oath. That could create some interesting dilemmas if the characters of any campaign need to go and converse and get some information, that might cause people to use magic, and that might cause some harm or some good. I'll go with the tentative the binders. I can't think of anything to combat that with. And bookkeeping. Is that one word? Fuck. Bound by oath to silence. I'll say I'll make a couple more and then we'll call it a night because we're running a little bit late. Bound by near silence. If they talk, they whisper. Shh. ASMR binders. Avengers of the Bear. I still like the animal aspect. I like this. There's also a lot of what's that? What's the word? Alliteration? Is that it? Where it's like a lot of the same letter, like recovery of the ram. Seems nice. There definitely needs to be a guild of healers. A guild that like acts as a pseudo hospital for when people are injured. They can't just like go to a cathedral, and get healed, or go to the mage tower. They have to go to priests. They have to go to druids, clerics. There's the whispers, the whisper, and the murmur. I like the murmurers. The whispers, This is so much fun. I don't know if I would necessarily use the word recovery. Recovery of the ram. And rams don't really evoke a type of like healing. What's the word? Feeling, I guess. When you think of a ram, you don't think recovery. The robes? Okay. Robes can, like, work for kind of anything, though. They can work for mages, they can work for priests. Not sure. What animal strikes healing? Chansey, the Pokemon. When I think healing, I think like honestly, I think of starfish. It's interesting. I'm not sure. This is weird. Territory I'm not familiar with. What about an assassin dark guild? The Thieves Guild? That's basically what that is. We have to have a Thieves Guild, but it has to have a good name. Oh man. Oh, so I'll write it down. The Thieves Guild is a recognized place, but is not a known location or a like a publicly addressed thing. Like you might mention the Thieves Guild, but you don't know exactly what's going on with it. You're only invited to it. And then you go on missions related to whatever the town needs of you, kind of deal. I don't know. Gecko? Or, bearded? I don't think the bearded dragons. Whatever the little bearded ones. You definitely need a Thieves Guild. That's not how you spell that. This could be, is that actually how you spell it? I guess. We could have one, like, good and one bad. Like, assassins. Axolotl, yeah. That's it. That's the weirdo looking with the little cute little things. Yeah. Like one good Thieves Guild that like does actions and takes out bad guys kind of deal. And then there's the Assassin's Guild that maybe carries out contracts to murder citizens in the dark and try and stay out of the glowing dawn's path. That's the word silent too. Okay. Definitely thieves have to be silent, right? Maybe instead of the historians having an oath of silence, maybe one of the Thieves Guilds has them. Is that the axolotl? Silence of the Lambs. Because they're quiet as fuck, yeah. Let's see it. Let's find some more words. I need a word that, I don't know. Axolotl's an interesting word. I don't know if it should be a guild word. I'm not sure. I don't know how I feel about it. I have to think about it. Yeah, I'm aware. I'm just like saying if I used it for a like an alliteration type of deal for a healing guild. Official and public the guild would be. That's fair. That's fair. I think the Thieves Guild would be like semi-public. Assassin's Guild is non-public. How you doing, Turbo Dog? Something of the Faint? Okay. Mages could secretly run a Thieves Guild. That could be interesting. Does not want to be official. They might even refer to members rather than naming the guild. Well, I think they would have like, they wouldn't have like a guild status, right? They would have like they group together and named themselves a guild. At least maybe the good guys name themselves a guild to try and act like they're, official. But in reality, they still kill people and it's still against the law. It's tough. Hunter x Hunter, one of the dark guilds, they were referred to as spiders. Okay. I kind of see what you're saying. I don't know what word I'd use. One of them, definitely, I could see that being for the Assassin's Guild, like the very, very bad guild. Tend to have most thief groups be either named like gangs or named like businesses. Makes sense. I would need a word that evokes like both assassinry, shadowness, and like evilness, you know. Run by the Merchants Guild. Let's see. I also have to keep certain things open because I want certain things to be like business names. Like I just have to be careful how much the words cross over. Could look at synonyms for black or shadow. Let's go to synonyms. Here's level 20. Now I know what you mean about the running wild. Yeah, it's great. It's great. Shade. Penumbra. Onyx. I have to steer away from colors and gems. Because I have colored and gem dragons. Merchants, they use this group of thieves to keep control of any outside competition. I think that could be interesting, like maybe there's a couple thieves guild run by different types of merchants, or like one thieves guild that gets hired by all of them and they don't know that it's all the same one because they're like that good, you know. The Doom Cloaks. That's a menacing name. Also be in competition or focused on different crime. Yeah. Maybe one is like, oh, we're stopping thieves. Maybe it's called the Thieves Guild because it's a guild of people who go around and stop thieves. Yeah. Street level versus money laundering. Yeah. One of the names that came up is Blue Noobs. Like noob. The fuck? Running something fierce? No, it's an ASMR video left over from earlier. Is it loud? I can turn it down. I don't have my heater on anymore. blood crawlers. That's a fucking nasty name. Harbingers of the hidden. I like those. I want one more good guild. At least a baseline before we end it. The Grey Sheath. Interesting. What would silhouette, because someone knows what it is by form, but not who. Silhouette needs to be, there needs to be some more words there. I don't know what would pair well with it. You could do like silhouette of the hidden. Or the company is that. Starting to see repeats here. We have moonlit nobles. They protect the town at night. Okay, like a what's it called? Like a town watch or something? An assassin faction of another guild? I think I like the idea of just a watch force. Yeah, like they are the ones that are out at night when the guards might not be. Silhouette. I like the word. And I like the idea of having an assassin faction of a guild just like hidden underneath the layers of the guild. I'll write it down and maybe we'll come back to it. I just don't want to forget. Oops. The dark cloaks. That's a little, like on the nose. Moonlit noble. I like this moonlit idea. Or, of the moon, you know? The Moonlit Company. I'm trying to stay a little bit far away from some of the names from some of the Lunar Vigil even. Yeah, I like that. I like moon in the name too. Intending legal vigilante group. Yeah, like a legal vigilante. I think moon can be used in a different way. And like in the Game of Thrones books, there's the Golden Company. So saying like the Moonlit Company, I think both the Moon and Company can be really good guilds. I just don't know. Moon Knights? Nah, I get it. Yo, we just got done talking about comic books. Moon Knight is a comic book character. That's pretty good. Let's go with I like the Lunar Vigil. Combine some of our efforts here. They are a watch force. Protecting the town at night. Legal vigilante group. They're like the suburban dads. They can't be police officers, but they have police whistles. Getting too flowery means no one remembers the name. Exactly, exactly. Silhouette is kind of on the edge of that. I try to keep things low in syllables. Unless it's like got a specific purpose. Like Amberfall, the town that we're creating now, the city, the large city, is a very evocative name. You think amber, you like, boom, you see the color amber, the object amber. Fall, you think, waterfall maybe, and that's why it's called Amberfall. It's a very evocative name. So I definitely want a couple more. I like the idea of having like different houses of dwarves, having different like blacksmithing guilds, shadow stars. That makes me think of ninjas. Golden Eclipse. I still need a name for the, let's see. We need a Healers Guild. Think of shurikens? Yeah. Same. And Amberfall is a very, very, very ancient city, so some of these guilds could have come from a different time when things just put hammer or shield or rock at the end of it. I mean, that's where Steelhammer came from, so it's like a very literal name. Poison foxes. I kind of like that. We do need a I think an alchemist guild and like a rogue. What would the thieves guild make poisons? There would have to be a guild that's like like an herbalist guild. Maybe that could be the healing guild. Some kind of herbalist. X420 blaze it. XD. Apothecary. There you go. That's the word. This is why I don't do this alone. So I can't ever think of fucking words. How did a fucking mosquito get in here? Fuck off. White scale, a crafting guild? White scale. White scale makes me... White scale, to me, just like when I hear it, it sounds like a name. Like that would be a really good name for a creature or something. I'm not sure. Maybe. Maybe there's an elvish blacksmith. I like the idea of having a name with the ending song that evokes like a peaceful, nice, elegant tone. Silver scales. Silver scales. I might want that to be like a bank. You know, if most people don't ever have like a ton of gold in their life, if they make like, 10 gold a month, they deal with silver. Anvil song. Would that... So the theme that I'm trying to go for, at least what I started, we don't have to go with that. The Steelhammers are a faction of dwarves. It's a family name. They made this guild that anyone can train at. You learn the ways of the Steelhammer forge. Would Anvil song fit? I think it might. Yeah, making a rhythm out of pounding hammers and smithing. Yeah, they could be like, they could be like maybe they craft in with their metal. They craft some magic, a money exchange or lender. Yeah, I like the idea of having a bank, but I'm not sure if I want one. A money exchange or lender would be really good. I think the idea of having a lender is good. Well, I guess there's only one currency throughout the whole world. So at least the whole world that we've explored, so. Anvil song. So, how does that fit? It doesn't need to have the word guild at the end, but if it's a competitive guild of a similar vein, I do want it to have guild. The Anvil song guild doesn't have the same ring as the Steelhammer guild, It could just be the Amber song, but that references the people. Or Anvil song. Did I say Amber song? I'm not sure. I wanna find a home for that Anvil song. Something of the sort. The Steady Hand Apothecary. That is definitely a business name. That's a good one. And we have... Well, we don't have any apothecaries on here, but we've got a lot of that kind of shit. Evokes imagery of carefully prepared preparation, but also doubt and unease. Yeah, I can get that. Forgers... Oh... I read that as the Forgers of Forge. That's so good. Serpent's gaze. Hmm. Confectionery. Okay. Let me see. I mean, I think confectionery could be used in its literal sense, because there should be a baker's guild. Hmm. Some more main economy guilds. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like there's definitely like, you know, I keep coming back to this, but the shoemakers guild, that's not necessarily what I want, but something of the effect. Yeah, like the blacksmiths guild. Yeah, makes sense. Anvil song sounds like a singing blacksmith. Yeah, like when I think of anvil song, I think of like blade singing in D&D, or blade dancing, that kind of thing. Cobbler's guild. Yeah, exactly. Um, like that fighting style of having a rune on your weapon that sings, or that you sing while you dance and while you swing, and it empowers your magic and it empowers your fighting style. And if you imagine that these same people are imbuing this song into whatever they're making, it makes the armor that more special, or the sword that more special. Hmm. Aqua arrows. That sounds kind of cool. So how about this? How do we feel about, for the Guild of Scholars, map makers, bookkeeping people, historians, how do we feel about Memories of the Fortunate? Nah, that doesn't sound like a guild name. I don't know. The We Make Good Weapons Guild. that's like a fucking a startup business would be today, We sell good food. Buy it. Incorporated. You know. It's a moth on my window again. I think it might be the same moth on the outside. Lump. Well, we're definitely having the anvil songs. Can it be a guild? The Anvil Song Guild? The Steelhammer Guild? I had my sword made by the Anvil Song Guild. I guess that's what you would say. Slate Forge Conglomerate. That's a little too of a modern name. I like it. Retired alchemist bard took up blacksmithing and opened up his dwarven smith shop, the Singing Anvil. He forged the best tunic blades. I like the idea of so necromancy is just like runic blades. Yeah, that's definitely a shop, like a shop that sells like high quality, hand forged, metal magic stuff. What if there's a person who is a necromancer? Necromantic magic is and like this kind of evil magic is always considered evil. Bringing people back from the dead, not so good. So what if this person uses, for lack of a better term, fell magic, hellfire and things like that, and uses this evil magic when forging weapons? Maybe they're in a seedy part of town. Their shop isn't like the cleanest. They charge too much. The person like maybe was exiled at one point, but like came back under good terms, and is now allowed to sell using what magic they know. Like what would that person would be changed by circumstance, like name wise or physically. Probably don't have a shop name. Probably word of mouth. Yeah, exactly. Like, I guess that makes sense. They would more so work in the underground, as it were. Oh man. City coroner is secretly a necromancer. Yo, that's pretty good. Like, oh shit, everyone who dies goes to him and gets to be part of his army. I'm gonna write down for healer stuff. Tentative name, serpent, snake. I wanna do for the healers guild. I want it to be a of the serpent or of the snake, but I need a healing word like shaman maybe, shamans. We don't really have shamans in this world, but it could be like a colloquial name. Yield autopsies. Yeah. That's what it's called. Yield autopsies. Never. Public. Elven. Forges with song. Magique. How do we feel about... So I don't know if I actually want amber near the town of Amberfall. It's called that because the falls, the water, turns an amber color. Not because there's amber there. So I don't think I want like an amber mine. Maybe not there. Adept acolyte. Like acolytes of the serpent. That's good enough. What? Yield autopsies? Could also describe the dusk as such. Sorry. I'm not following. Amber Falls being associated with a natural landmark. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I agree, I agree. That's good enough. It's evocative, it's simple. It doesn't have double meanings. The reason that the water is colored the way it is not because there's amber on the bottom. Yeah. Huh. Okay, well, I think that's okay for today. We made some pretty good progress. For those of you who didn't get a chance to see it, this is our current world. I originally set out to make this about 1/8 of the current of like land. Like this was zoomed in. You know, you would zoom out a little bit to make it smaller. I think this is maybe about 1/4 now. The Tanners Leatherworkers Guild dumps their waste. Oh, that's good. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Maybe that's why there's such devolution happening down there in that chasm. So the way it works. So this is Amberfall. It's a city built onto a mountain. Like one or two like smallish mountains. This is supposed to be full mountain. This is like maybe, you know, this is maybe two separate kingdoms put together. Or two separate continents. It's like one continent, you know. And then this is one, this is one, this is a smaller one, maybe part of this. And then this is 1/4 of the entire landmass on the world. This is the first draft from months ago, you know, that I had worked on. And I want to do another go at it. I want to refine things and things like that. But so like there's this, you know, the city's built onto the mountain. And then there's this dug trench, this chasm that's like 700 or 800 feet deep and then 200 foot across, connecting itself to the land via bridges that float magically, that can be turned on an instant to shut off all traffic in and out. We discussed this a little bit last time, but that's the capital city. This is the capital city of the capitals. There's Arlond, which is the human capital, or this is the human capital. This is where humans landed when they came here. And there's Felond, which is one of the big trees, which is the elven capital. These fucking guys, man, with their fucking motorcycles at 2 o'clock in the morning. Then there's Mythlond, which is the dwarven capital, clearly. The water runs off underground. Yeah, there's underground tunnels that have either been dug or have been dug through by the water that runs down from the mountain and falls via the Amber Falls. And we've discussed a little bit about, you know, people that are exiled for committing heinous crimes in Amberfall are exiled to the pit, you know. Babacus. We're building a D&D focused world, a medieval-ish with magic and things. This is where we're at so far. Go when it hits the trench. There's, you know, the water has formed its own sort of escape route, you know, down into, you know, the world itself. And the people that have lived. Thanks, man. This is my first draft, so we're still going at it, you know. The people that get exiled down there don't always die, you know. They feed off of whatever waste is given to them, or whatever has grown there or lives there naturally. So it flows underground to the ocean. Correct. Maybe they've also dug their own ways through, and we were discussing this a little bit earlier. How maybe the people there have built their own faction, and are frequently moving in and out between there and maybe a local abandoned dwarven city, a dwarven town. Maybe there's mountains here that I haven't drawn yet. There's part of the local. But this is like the capital of the capital cities. It's the free city. All the other ones have a strict like hierarchy. This one is governed by 7, and sort of like a council type of ruling. I forgot what we called it. Oligarchy, oligarchical. Where's the food supply as far as farms? Or is it import? All imported. This is what we're trying to, go through. Infrastructure. Up here we have industry trade. How does the settlement stay afloat? These are questions that we're trying to ask. We're trying to ask and we're trying to answer. As we and as I learn more about this city. Because I'm learning just as much as you guys. And these are definitely good questions that need to be answered, If this is going to feel like a real live city, that's ever changing and people live here. Water flows underground, forming tunnels instead of forming a water tube. Require very hard rock or extremely high concentration of clay. This is like stuff that I am not versed in. Like I made this map to the best of my ability to factor in tectonic activity. Like, I try to keep the mountains north-south facing. Try not to go too far in the east to west direction. If you see it, it kind of looks a little bit too drastic, but all of these places could fit together, at least in some way. The distance to water supply, you might have to consider how they will acquire water. Well, so there is the river, We haven't named it. We haven't said if there's one or more than one. Yeah, if there's 100,000 people, there's 100,000 people in the city. There needs to be an actual supply of water. Maybe this mountain is bigger and the water supply is there because of other means, The vanished, they live off polluted, warped mushrooms and grow everywhere in the hollow. So yeah, I was thinking like mushrooms, the water that gets down there is like polluted, it's obviously waste. Not having access to like fresh food, or like a constant light source changes you. Oh, mosquito. Yeah, I've understood that is very far inland. This also like I said, is not the final one. I think I do want some mountains here. I just don't know how close. I don't know what lives around it. Maybe there's a ton of outreach for like farms, because something has to be supplying food. If there's only like 1 or 2 roads in here, that could be problematic. All of the other capitals, with I guess like exception of the dwarven capital, which needs to be in a mountain because dwarves, are like relatively close to water, or like have a healthy supply. Like this one might just be a little bit farther north, like in the northeast into a river feeding out into the ocean. This one, just like one of those. Like the water comes from down here and then flows down back here. I'm not sure. Great Plains region. That's like I was touching on that a little bit earlier, Bob, because I am by no means a geography expert. This is me in my first creation of a world, writing down ideas that I've had sitting in my head for a very, very long time. And I'm learning about it, and it's changing as I'm going through it. You know, with the plate tectonics, I don't know enough about plate tectonics. You know, I try to keep it in mind, but are things wrong? Yeah, things are going to change. Yeah, water tends to flow down to where it will sit still, because gravity. And typically, water level is the lowest. You like researching? Yeah, it's part of the deal, you know. Like this forest, trying to get the different flora going for the forest. What would grow here? What types of plants would grow here? Was an ordeal, and I'm still not done it. You know, I just moved on to Amberfall because I need something new. And then this is just one city. Yeah, we've still got to really flesh out Earsteer, which is like this side's hub. And then we have these like smaller cities that are way quicker. Yeah, there's a certain amount of like there's magic, but there's also a certain amount of believability that needs to be had, which is what makes things like Middle Earth and Westeros from Game of Thrones and all that stuff seem so real, because there's a lot of realism in it, and it's very much like ours, and we can connect with it, and we can, you know, like some of the my excuse for it's a D&D world comes into play with the chasm. This isn't like just a moat. It is a literal chasm. It is, you can stand at the top and barely see the bottom. Like, it is very, very far down, and it is man-made. It's a fantasy world. That's how it happened. You know, whatever. I'm not going to think anything past that. In the Great Plains, they just tap into the Olagolagol aquifer with wells. I think wells would be interesting in the outlying area. You obviously can't have, like, 10,000 wells in the main city. And then maybe you have, like, some barbarical tens of thousands of people every day bring in water to the city, That is a good magical means of water, having it come from maybe like, the 7 that preside over Amberfall are also the 7 that keep up the defenses and the magics that are going on in Amberfall. If one of them were to die, that'd be bad. If they were to get killed. The Mages Guild and the mages in the city do what they can to help out, but some things like the bridges, the 4 or however many bridges there are connecting to the outside world are quite literally floating, because how do you make a bridge span 300 feet but also be able to be closed in case of an attack or in case of an outbreak, so you need to quarantine things? You make them float so they can be turned, or turned off. So, maybe one of them just has like a portal in the fucking ocean, or some freshwater area. Figuring out food and water for large populations and stuff like that. Oh, I think it is very much overlooked. People do not think about that kind of thing often. They just assume like, oh, it's a city, it functions. Which is why this is so good. World Anvil, which is what we're using, they ask these important questions. What are their important imports? How does it stay afloat? How do they feed people? It's a lot to think about. And then, like I said, each article that I create creates 10 more. We've got all of these guilds can be their own article that Might only be a paragraph long, but I have to then go in and make them. It's kind of nuts. I think sometime in a stream soon, we'll take another stab at refining this map. I'll maybe start from a new one and use this as reference. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Mosquito. I'll use this one as reference, but maybe make things a little closer together. Maybe not make it so big, so this doesn't seem as Amberfall isn't as secluded. Maybe there's more mountains here, or a desert somewhere. I'm not sure. They're also, the way I've made it is so that I haven't mapped them out because I need an actual map first. But there are magical ley lines. As we can see here, one of these big trees is dead now because these big trees feed off of magic, and one of the ley lines in this area that ripples magic out of it, and it, secretes magic from it. It's unseen, but was cut off. Like somehow this ley line was cut off, and there's no more magic in this area, so it died. Yeah, landlocked. That's exactly it. And that's just like a plot point. But sometimes ley lines and magic affect things. At least in my world. That's also something I need to keep in mind. It's like, that's my world. I can use the hey, it's a magical land. There's fucking dragons. But I can't abuse it. I am a very analytical person and like to find logical reasons for things. And magic is obviously and you can do logical magic. In my world, I'm having ley lines be unseen, and you have to be a very skilled mage to be able to spot traces of them. Like a neck in a mountain pass might be formed by ley lines carving through the earth. No one would notice that. Maybe a mage would. Maybe a mage would notice like how things flow, how the land flows, how hills do, things like that. How life flows. If life seems a little more vibrant over here, there might be closer to a ley line. And in my world, in my campaign, people who can tap into it and are closer to ley lines can tap into a more raw magic and a more powerful magic. And it's almost like this rush, this adrenaline rush of magic. And the more you use it, the more in tune with it you get. And the easier it becomes to, fuck off, mosquito. The more in tune you become with it, the more easier it is to use and utilize. But if you go a certain amount of time, I haven't made any details or anything, but if you go a certain amount of time without using the magic, you like lose it like significantly. You might go one day from being on top of the world, fireball, 10th level, whatever, some stupid shit, and then a month goes by and you don't use that kind of magic. You go to use it again, and it's like as if you're casting a level 1 or a level 0 spell. Because you haven't used it, you've like lost this ability, and you feel like a physical ailness not tapping into the magic, not casting spells. If you go from one extreme to the other. Had to be up for work in a few hours. Yeah, it's pretty fucking late. I went way later than I fucking meant to. I normally end streams at 1 p.m. or 1 a.m., which was an hour and a half ago. But, I love talking about D&D, and I love talking, so I wanted to stick around. But I like the idea of magic being good and bad at the same time, and being this like eternal force that's more neutral than anything. And it's maybe the fallacies of the mortal beings that has made it the way it is. But I guess that's gonna do it for me tonight, guys. I appreciate everyone for stopping by. That's what I meant to say. Stopping by, hanging out. I'll probably do more work on the D&D campaign on Friday. I typically, maybe about once or twice a week, step back into the writer's chair and try and get some articles done, and some more work on some of the cities, and like I said, the map. I think next time we'll work on the map a little bit. But yeah, it was a fun day. It was a fun stream. I'll be back tomorrow, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Probably playing some Dead by Daylight. Some kind of video game. Today we didn't play any games. Thanks, Bobcus. Thanks for stopping by, everyone. Good to meet some of you. Haven't seen some of you before. We're live every night, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, except for Sundays. Sorry for not having any inspiration. It's all good, man. You helped out a lot last time, so I understand. See you, Wolfie. See you, Lizard. Hope you all have a great night. And I'll see you tomorrow, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Have a good night. Bye.